7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. A gentleman by Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. We welcome you to participate in the program in a wide variety of ways. We have the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. We have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and the Collier and Thompson phone lines. YouTube.com/TMASTL. That is how you can watch and then participate in the chat with other friends. And then you got the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And let's see, the Mo Green, it's 6:57. Martin says, I think Tommy Fleetwood is the lead this morning. Then the redheaded stepchild says, what a bitch. That was right at 7. Just don't press push, Doug says, Doug, it's Bears week. What do you have scripted as the first 23 plays the Tigers will run? Martin's sweater vest. You have a sweater vest?
I don't know that I've ever worn a sweater vest.
Says, let's talk about Tommy Fleetwood. Professor Roy Hinckley says, it's a pants-optional morning, boys. I hope everyone took their favorite stepdad to the park to frolic. Boy, they're just coming in. It's game week, boys. Go Illini. So many different options. Doug, it's a Sadie Hawkins with these options. It's a Bears week. It's a leather next week. I know you're happy about Kansas's performance against Fresno State. The Tam Avenue Capital Partners gave you our first college football win of the year with Iowa State. Tommy, Fleet. I mean, fun in Tampa. Cardinals wanted it, just didn't get it.
They did?
Doug, where are you going?
Well, I've always thought when it's a toss-up, it's the Cardinals.
All right. Talk about it.
Well,
but maybe not today, Doug. Maybe not today.
They can just get hot. I'm still waiting to get hot. And maybe they won't finish in last place.
Well, they're only 4 behind the Reds, who are a game and a half behind the Mets.
Yeah, 5.5 out in the wild card. Yep. Here. Strong performance yesterday.
I would like to issue an apology.
Oh, wow. All right,
to all the Rock Chalk fans, which I know you guys don't recognize as an actual fan base. So on Saturday night, and Tim, you got tagged in this email. Did you see this?
I did. And you know what I thought? Because I'm used to getting emails blaming me for things that I don't necessarily have anything to do with. I thought, poor Martin, because I got a little glimpse of your existence blaming you for programming on the 2 Fox.
Well, and the gentleman did say, I'm sure you have some say in this. So we carried the Packers.
And he CC'd me in on Fox 2 programming on a Saturday evening.
Well, he's obviously a loyal TMA listener. We appreciate that. He was tuning into the 2 Fox to see the Kansas-Fresno State game, and the Packers preseason coverage was running over, Doug. And he said, do you have a commitment there where you have to run it? And I would say the obvious answer is, well, yes, we do. And our programming director said, yes, we have a deal with the Packers. Obviously, we do it because it makes money. Otherwise, why would we carry Packer preseason football? We wouldn't. But there's some following here. But it ran long, and so the Kansas game did not start on Fox 2 on time. However, I was not locked in. I was in a commercial break myself. But at the bottom of the screen, they were running a crawl, Doug. In the TV business, they put some words at the bottom. It's known as a crawl.
Sure it is.
Because the words crawl across the screen, saying that you can see that Kansas game on KPLR 11.
Oh, nice.
So there was an option. However, the gentleman emailed and he tagged him and said, please discuss, or you can discuss on QFTA.
Discuss it on QFTA. Jackson, it's the lead on QFTA this week.
In case you were short on topics,
Fox 2's programming of carrying the Packers preseason game instead of Kansas's game against Fresno State.
A topic in which you can go so many different directions, you know. You just open up the mics and let us talk 2-3 hours.
So I apologize. I hope everybody
this
can
gentleman
recover.
thought you could change it, thought you could hit a few
He
levers.
wasn't banty. I think he was kind of mad. He says he's a Louisville fan. He's not a Kansas fan. So it wasn't a bitter Rock Chalk alum.
Maybe he was going heavy on Rock Chalk or Fresno State. Doug, the Bulldogs, right?
I think so.
However, there was an option. It was on KPLR.
There was a couple of years after the Rams left when our station didn't really know what games to cover there for a while. And so they'd actually come to the sports guys and say, what games do you think we ought to cover? You guys make the call. I said,
The games
we'll
that
do
CBS
this.
would show.
I said, we'll do this as long as this never gets out. Unless no one ever needs to know that we get to pick some of the games.
Wait a minute. The Chiefs grooming that takes place at KMOV started with you?
Wow.
You started this.
Wow.
No,
Doug said, I've got that Alex Smith on my fantasy team.
it didn't last very long, but there was a year or two they would send us the games and say, what do you think we ought to show?
I've been asked that a lot over the years. And in the programming, people would say, hey, it's a toss-up. Do we do Packers-Titans, or do you think we should do Eagles-Commanders? I think yes. I think it's smart if they get a choice. There's a lot of times the network doesn't give you a choice.
It was a reasonable request. I just didn't want anyone to know that, so the phone calls would stop every time there was a game on that one guy didn't want to see.
Smart move. Smart move. Did it ever get out
I
until
don't
this
think
moment?
just right now, yeah. But I haven't been there for a couple months now.
A couple months. What do you at Channel 5? Do you get to pick the Sunday night game?
I do. I pick all the games at Channel 5. But don't call me. Call Frank and do your complaining.
And you can call into this program and do your complaining. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. And already a large number of friends of the Feather have gathered at youtube.com/TMA STL. 131 folks are in there talking it over. Doug, like John Scores, Mr. Pro Relief, Professor Roy Hinckley, Lex Luthor, and Captain Kangaroo. Captain Kangaroo,
Bob
Mr. Green
Keeshan.
Jeans.
Yeah. Mr. Green Jeans was his sidekick.
Lover.
And they had Mr. Moose on there and Bunny. They had a rabbit named Bunny. Yeah.
Creative.
I watched that as a wee toddler.
I like that.
Wee little toddler.
As a wee lad.
Yeah, that hadn't been on since maybe the early 60s. Fine program, though. Fine show.
Matthew Liberatore gets the loss as the Cardinals sit through a 4.5-hour rain delay following an off day on Saturday because they got cut by an NFL preseason game. Wow, a Jim Dandy at a minor league ballpark as the Cardinals remain 5.5 games back of a wild card spot in a watered-down Major League Baseball postseason as the sport tries to stay relevant.
What was that little sound there at the end?
I was reading it off the prompter.
Okay. I would imagine on a getaway day for a team, sitting through a 4.5-hour rain delay would make you not feel like playing baseball, and that was indeed the case.
It reflected that in the performance.
Yeah, they didn't care much. Just get out of here. They banged out 5 hits, 5 safeties. Lose again, 7-2, another lopsided loss. They have had a lot of rather lopsided losses this season. You know, we've heard many times, this team just doesn't quit. Well, a lot of times they've quit. Look at some of these losses they have. 7-2, 9-1, 12-6, 9-2.
You watch the games?
10-1. These are all losses just in the second half. I mean, they've been curb stomped a lot. I mean, just taking really horrible beatings.
Well, I think the org as a whole is in a pretty good spot.
I don't know that it is.
You're worried about the org, Doug?
I am worried. I'm very worried about the org.
31 games left in this runway season. What could happen to get you excited about 26, Doug?
Cover the over of 76.5 wins. And if they stay at this pace, Martin, they're on track for 79.
I'd like to
there's a
see
goal.
Weather Holt. That would
Cover the over.
just
Well,
maybe.
Weather Holt is doing so well at Memphis, Doug. You don't want to mess with his mojo.
Yeah, we want those Memphis numbers to look good. That would keep me interested, I guess. The last month, maybe that guy they traded from Boston, the first baseman. See what he's got.
The nameless player.
Yeah, I forget what his name was. Anything other than what we're watching now. Anything other than
Stoned,
this.
blazed, I'm high, I'm to the moon and back.
Yeah,
Blaze Jordan.
yeah. Thank you.
Nolan Arenado
papers.
says he's watching the games. Remember last week? He let us know he's watching the games.
Yeah.
I saw that the Rockies cut Austin Gomber, so they now have 0 players left from the Nolan Arenado trade.
Yes.
That might have been one of the worst trades in Major League history, really, because they gave up a guy still in his prime, under contract through 2027, possibly a Hall of Famer. They gave him up for 5-0 players.
Well, they also paid for him
And
to go.
paid.
Which to me is
Yes.
maybe a Buck Swopian 30 for 30 that needs to be delved into.
Could you make a worse trade than that? Has there ever been one? I don't know.
Well, they were paying for him to go away. So you still can save money. It's sort of what the Cardinals were offering this offseason with a number of their players. If they were willing to go, they would help pay for them to leave. The weird thing in Colorado, we've talked about it, but then they went out and signed Chris Bryant to play third base for hundreds of millions of dollars. But you just
couldn't
had a
get
guy.
anything for an Arenado? Every team in the league would have wanted Arenado.
I'm not sure he wanted to go anywhere, as we're seeing yet again. Yeah. You don't like when people start off.
I don't. I don't care for it.
We're talking about a second to last place baseball team. Really? That's the lead? Why the hell are we not talking about Tommy Fleetwood, Doug?
Oh.
That's from Big Tuft, who is not happy with the conversation.
I don't imagine the casual sports fan knows a whole lot about Tommy Fleetwood or lives and dies with him winning tournaments.
What about
Finally
Big
won
Tuft?
one. I guess Big Tuft is one of those guys.
Doug, is that a mullet?
Never heard of your team.
Doug, is that a mullet or is it just long hair? Tommy Fleetwood.
I think it's a bit of a mullet.
Okay. Slightly related, Tim Lindenwood opens their season Thursday against St. Thomas. I was looking up last night. We needed some graphics and logos. We didn't have a St. Thomas one, but their team name, what do you think they are? The St. Thomas
Fighting Shrubs.
Tommies.
The Tommies.
Is that what-
Oh, Doug knew that.
Doug ships it.
Yes, the Tommies. I kind of like that. The Tommies. And then you got Tommy Fleetwood.
Jordan Walker is slugging over 320 Slurpee time around here. That's from the 636, Doug. That's what
Okay.
Joe Strauss
Someone
would do.
like it.
He would hand out Slurpees.
Yeah. That's more like it. We found something positive. What else could you find positive from yesterday? I don't see anything.
Well, it's college football season, so the 31 games will just sort of vanish into the ether.
Yeah, this particular gentleman is turning his attention to football, and there was no better way to start off the season than Iowa State and Kansas State getting together in Dublin. Huh?
Well, it was a good game.
It's Jim Dandy.
Yeah.
You like a slick field?
Yeah. Anthony Beck's son led Iowa State to a late win there.
Yeah.
And then you had a brawl in the stands. Have we heard of this before, where the starting quarterback for a big-time program, and I would call K-State a big-time program, the dad and brother of the quarterback get into a big old brawl.
That story just kept getting worse and worse.
For those not familiar with it, Martin, this is Avery Johnson, for the record, and his father. What's the backstory on this?
The father and son said that the heckling and the jawing got a little elevated, so then they ended up throwing punches, and it got caught on tape. And then the father and son issued a statement, not often, Doug, that the quarterback's father... We sincerely apologize for our actions following yesterday's football game in Ireland. Senseless bickering escalated into an unnecessary fight. We've resolved our differences and take full responsibility for our actions. We have apologized to our immediate and extended family and now extend our apologies to Kansas State University, its alumni, and fans. We regret this incident. We've learned from it. Well, that was quick.
Yeah.
And are committed to ensuring it doesn't happen again.
So it was the family members fighting each other.
Mark Johnson was seen in a video outside the stadium after the game getting into a tussle with his oldest son, Anthony Johnson.
A physical altercation.
Avery Johnson is the quarterback of the Wildcats. So not only did they lose as 3-point favorites in the traditional site for Farmageddon, Dublin, but then the father and brother of the quarterback got into a fight.
It's unbelievable. It kept getting worse because you see on the video on Twitter, you're like, oh my God, fans fighting, and they're by this parking lot with this gross water sitting down there like it's all bad. And they're like, oh, it's the quarterback's dad. You're like, oh my God, what's going on? And then it's also the quarterback's brother. And you're like, oh my God. It keeps taking turns for the worse.
Yeah. I'll tell you, at St. Gabriel's, the 7th grade tournament is essentially
Fixed.
wow.
Okay. No, but go ahead.
And you want to get your name on a banner, and you will see grandfathers who played in that tournament go after sons and
Grandchildren.
if they don't get it done on a Saturday night in March in front of a packed house at the Stitz Gymnasium. So we can relate to, unfortunately, what went on in Dublin.
They drag him out to Francis Park and beat the snot out of him.
Down by the lily pond.
I think both of my brothers are hot.
Doug, what do you think about that?
It's a different take. That's the other side of this.
You know, for the kid that's the quarterback, that's just so embarrassing.
Oh, God.
Tough.
I wonder if he's hearing about that in the locker room at all.
Tough.
I believe Gabe DeArmond tweeted out maybe the Mizzou quarterback position could be decided by the dads fighting.
That'd be very good.
God almighty.
You think that was the liquor talking? It had to be, right?
He didn't say that in the statement, Doug, but he's learned. He's learned from his actions.
Maybe he's learned not to drink.
Happens in Ireland, Doug. You know those Irish. They're always fighting.
I guess. Pugilist, all of them.
Also tough. I don't know if you had the over or the under on that game, but I am pretty sure Iowa State scored a touchdown and the player was ruled down at the half-yard line, and they never put it in the end zone. The total was 49.5 because of that call. 45 points.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
And if you were betting on the total on Saturday in Dublin, either it was a wonderful win or a horrible bad beat to start your campaign, which will spiral until Super Bowl Sunday. Enjoy the next 5 months.
God, that has to be painful to have a lot of money on that and see him not try to score there from the 1 yard line. Looked like a touchdown anyway.
That's what I'm saying. Papers, were you on that?
No, I laid off it completely.
You bet Kansas, and you were handsomely rewarded?
No, I would never.
Doug, Rock Chalk looks good. Rock Chalk looks good.
But they don't know who Mizzou's starting quarterback is, so they're jammed up. They're sideways.
Don't know what to do. They've stopped practicing, trying to figure it out.
Papers, you a little worried now?
No.
Wow.
No. A 31-7 beating of Fresno State isn't going to get me the shake in my boots.
Quarterback who can run a little bit. Quarterback who can run a little bit.
Yeah,
You're probably waiting to see what they do against Wagner.
You put a little pressure on him and see what happens. I saw it last year against teams like UNLV. Barry Odom was making him look small, so I'm not real too worried.
Orson Woods Wacko is back. Of course, he broke the story that Sam Horn will be Missouri's starting quarterback. And he says, Martin, there is nothing left to decide. Sammy Horn is starting. That's the Orson Woods Wacko. And ideally, Gabe DeArmond will credit the Orson Woods Wacko for that report. And the Colonel will make his first appearance on the program. Brought to you by James Carlton. That's coming up at 9 o'clock, Doug.
Oh, all right.
On your Stiefel dossier, Brad Thompson at 9:30, and then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, and how wonderful is this weather, Doug? Tell me about this weather.
It's perfect.
Is it not?
It's absolutely perfect. I've long said September's the best month of weather. We're getting a week head start on it.
I mean, and I'm looking at the forecast. It's nothing but sunny skies and temperatures in the high 70s, and then maybe in the 80s next Monday and Tuesday, but low 80s. I mean, this is just glorious. Go out there and compress the ball. I need you to shift your weight into your lead foot after the takeaway is complete, and now you just compressed it.
Oh, really?
Oh, look, there goes a piss rocket. Compress, compress, compress.
Okay. Sounds violent. Well, we deserve at least 1 or 2 weeks of decent weather in this town.
Doug, nobody's got it better than us. Look at that forecast.
Well, yeah.
Well, we thank Seth Goldcamp for the forecast. And then over the weekend, my father, who has happily not been in St. Louis here for the last few months, reached out. Timmy, I don't know what's going on over there, but your brother went by the house, and it's 90 degrees. We got to get a new air conditioning. I got to talk to Seth. Seth Goldcamp. Put them together. Let them work it out between themselves. I'm too busy.
Right.
I can't possibly be bothered.
No, I wouldn't think you
Thank
could.
you. I mean, I'm a big star. You call me a big wheel in the market.
Big wheel in the market.
I can't possibly be bothered. And I was talking to my dad last night. He goes, I'll tell you what, I got 3 bids. Seth's was the best, and we are going with Design Air, and they're putting in a new air conditioning this week.
How about that?
How about that,
Great.
Martin? How about that?
They get right after it.
They do.
They got a large staff to do that.
And that's the best. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com. Thank you to Seth for taking care of my family, and thank you to Seth for the forecast because he has done that as well. Online at designairservice.com. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And we do have a 3-way tie with Buck Swope, Kevin Miller, and Riot's dad, all tied with 3 wins here as we head down the stretch in the month of August. Email in to compete with the greats, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, we got a call the way you like it. And I don't have the gentleman's name, Chairman, but Jackson, we have a caller that Doug wants to talk to, apparently. What do we got? All right, here we go. Good morning. You are on 101 ESPN with Doug Vaughn. It's the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Hello, friends.
How you doing this morning?
Oh, we're fine. You?
I'm doing pretty good. I just wanted to take a minute and a half of your time, I just need to get this Micah Parsons, my thinking on that out of the way.
Okay.
Right.
Now be the time to do that.
CC, Evan, you guys ready?
And my opinion here, I don't know about. I'm pretty sure you, myself, and most of everyone else in Middle America would be happy to make the $15 or $20 million he's making for pouting and sitting on the sidelines. Also, another thing about that is this right here. I mean, the world is full of people that have the same occupation, same job, same qualifications, and one company pays their employer more than the other company pays theirs. Say, T.J. Watt and the Pittsburgh Steelers. They may pay T.J. Watt more than what they want to pay Micah Parsons.
Right.
But unfortunately, he's never heard the word no.
No, he
and
hasn't.
everybody's telling him, oh, you're worth this much. Oh, you're worth this much. I mean, I hate to tell you, but, I mean, the world's full of people that bust their asses every single day to put a roof over their head
Amen.
for a whole hell of a lot less than what he's, claiming that he's worth. And I'm sick and tired of all these former athletes acting like he's getting picked on. Like, oh, Jerry got a 26-year-old in there and took advantage of it.
Minute and a half.
Tell the world.
It's caller, you are at a minute and a half. You said you wanted a minute and a half. I'm sorry. Do you need some extra time like in soccer? I can just invent some time.
Okay, if you can invent some time.
Okay, we're going to extend time. Go ahead.
45 more seconds.
45.
Okay.
All right. I was going to say that, I mean, at the end of the day, Jerry Jones is the boss, period. I mean, you try going into your boss and you tell him exactly what you're going to do and see how that's going to fly. It's not. If I was Jerry Jones, he can afford it. I would sit him on the sideline this year, franchise him for the next 2 years until he's 30 years old, and then let him see what other teams are going to pay him at that point. So that's all I'm going to say about that right there.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. You're a Cowboy fan here in town. Tim, you don't really want to do follow-ups.
It's the second one of those calls we've had.
I just want to read texts.
We had Steeler
I
Kid.
am tired.
And what was last week's? That was NFL related.
Tim, you turned me on to that America's Team on Netflix.
Oh, yeah.
I can't stop watching it.
Isn't it the best?
It's fantastic.
It is so well done.
It really is.
It was my son's birthday over the weekend. My in-laws were over, and my mother-in-law, loyal listener of the program, said to my wife, have you been watching that show with Tim? And she just, at least I'm trying to get her to watch Hunting Wives over and over and over and over again. So I'm watching the Dallas Cowboys program.
Yeah.
And isn't it just so
fantastic.
well done? Papers, have you watched it?
I have not.
It's right up your alley.
I'll check it out.
Just because it's so well done.
I wonder how many hours, how long it took them to get all that video together. They've got video of everybody.
It's on Netflix, and it's refreshing because it's 30 for 30s before 30 for 30s went off the tracks.
I saw a shot of Bernie Miklasz in the crowd at one of the news conferences.
Oh, is that right?
Lisa
I missed
Ann's
that.
name got brought into it last night.
How did you explain that for your kids?
The kids weren't watching. I made them go up to go to bed.
Did you say
They're
I
in their
spent 4
30s.
days in Jamaica with her? And she's a normal,
Maybe that's a
well-adjusted
30
person
for 30.
who's got a business.
She didn't make an appearance, but they mentioned her name.
God.
You think that guy has seen that and was fired up when he saw Lisa Ann on the Cowboys
That's
doc?
what led to the phone
Could
call.
have been.
Maybe.
Could well have been.
I mean, that was,
Because I'll tell you what, they're not happy in the...
if someone was playing a bit, they couldn't do it any better.
Well, Tim said it's a
mentioning
Sadie
T.J. Watt.
Hawkins. Once Tim says Sadie Hawkins,
it's a free-for-all.
I feel the listeners are activated.
That's correct.
And they have their own Sadie Hawkins.
I mean, that was like pitch perfect. Like all the way to
AI. Was it
TJ
AI?
Watt mentioned. It was very well done.
Get this mother effer off the air. That's from Maddie Mock reporter Ray King. This may be the only caller in the history of the show that I would ever tell to go drink bleach. So the prosthetist has been very careful.
Okay.
But this is the one that he is going to use it on. Alan Dadeville says, I wondered if this Parsons thing was a bit, but this Hill Jack isn't created enough. This guy absolutely eats meatloaf and full-bodied Coca-Cola for breakfast. That's from Alan Dadeville. And Jackson, now he's going after you because you love a good loaf.
I do, maybe not a breakfast loaf, but I like full-bodied
Oh, you remember
Coca-Cola.
breakfast loaf?
No.
Not Diet Coke, not Coke Zero Sugar. Full-on 50 grams of sugar.
You think very many people in St. Louis are really concerned about the Micah Parsons contract situation?
What about him laying on the table during that preseason game? How disrespectful is it to the hardworking people who are out there just trying to go paycheck to paycheck and loving the NFL? And he's making $15 million a year?
Yeah.
And he's going to lay down on the sidelines while I try to feed my family? 314-974-0101.
So you did take that money to be a social media guy for the month.
I did.
It's just getting warmed up.
I think we just listened to Don LaGreca's opening segment.
Putting on the oven mitts. Those takes were
Getting
so
hot in here. Brian Schottenheimer said he would talk to him about why he was lying down. He said he wasn't sure why he was lying down, but they haven't had a chance to talk about it yet. We'll get right to that. It's almost as if the Cowboys enjoy this, Doug.
Oh, I think they probably do.
Yearly drama.
You know, they like being in the headlines all the time.
Yep.
Cut the football crap and talk about Eric Fetty. That's from Little Beer Cat's Cuckstool.
Is he still getting started somewhere?
No, he was let go by the Braves.
Yeah.
Because they realize after a certain amount of time that's enough. So there is a moment when you can say that if you're a big league team. You have the right to say, okay, that's enough.
He did go from a pitcher that was fairly decent a couple years ago, and somewhat in demand at the trade deadline, to completely cut a year and a half later. That's pretty quick demise.
Well, that's why we just kept putting them out there.
Get involved on the program. So many different ways to do so. You can call in, talk Micah Parsons, 314-974-0101. Text in your disdain for the calls about Micah Parsons, 314-399-9646. Then you can go into that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with 194 friends like Howard Thompson, hamburger and egg on a piece of toast. And Doug, Captain Kangaroo is really active.
Really?
This morning.
What's he saying?
Let's see. Tim is screaming like Mad Dog now. I don't think I can do that. He gets
hard to keep that up.
exasperated. Like,
Yeah.
what was the issue, Jackson? He wanted his son to be able to have.
You mean to tell me that Jose Buto can't come on?
It's entertaining, but if you peel it back, you realize
exhausting.
he's mad because his son wasn't granted an interview on his show in Florida.
But he pretty much talks like that all the time, doesn't he?
You mean to tell me that Tyler McGill can't come on for he might be in Syracuse to start the game?
He's out of breath now.
That's the exasperation I can't duplicate. I'm working on it.
I have to tell you, having been on a Super Bowl shuttle bus, listening to him and Gil Brandt argue about who was Hall of Fame worthy, I think it's kind of who he is.
Yeah.
He was screaming at Gil Brandt on this shuttle van about who belonged in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I think it's him. Like Francesa, when you listen, that seems to be Mike Francesa.
I buy into that.
He's really if he I'll be done. There's frozen pizzas available. Who knew? Like he's truly.
They've both been at it so long, I don't think you could fake it for 30 years.
You mean to tell me that?
No. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
If I said Ichiro, are you no doubt first ballot?
In what sport?
The program is called TMA. It's presented by Brian and Crouppen and 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Darth 007 says meatloaf should be made in a red sauce or a gravy sauce. Shouldn't have to add anything. That's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Think about that.
I am. I'm thinking about it, so give me some time.
What do you like
Just
on
going to
your
reflect
loaf?
a while. What do I like about a loaf?
No, on your loaf, boy.
A little ketchup, maybe?
Catsup.
That wasn't an option. They said the red sauce or the gravy.
What's red sauce?
Like
marinara?
But I don't think the
Hard
meatloaf
pass.
red sauce is a marinara. I think it's gravy all day. Come on. What are we doing here?
Well, we don't talk enough auto racing on the show, and I know that might be what could bring Charlie Marlowe in, Martin.
Probably, actually, it might.
But I got a chance to do a little bit this weekend. I hope it doesn't come off as a humble brag.
You did the racing? You go over to Monte Carlo and drive F1?
Fenton, swing around Funtown.
Oh, yeah.
And I got to tell you, because I would switch on and off between my sons for my son's birthday party, I really got to know that track.
Did you?
And with the older son, we would try to take down that checkered flag.
Would you? Does he get to drive or do you?
Well, he's taller than me.
You know, he's 7. Can he drive a go-kart? He probably can now, right? No.
Sir, if you can't reach the pedals, let the kid drive.
So on the final lap, Doug, there was a lady, I think a grandmother, who also knew the track. It was very competitive.
Did you hawk her down?
And I was going on the inside, because, again, I know that track at Swing Around Funtown now, and why I bumped her. Now, don't get me wrong, we wound up winning.
Well,
and the ends justifies the means. But she was enjoying a little tobacco.
Oh, was she smoking?
Mouth tobacco or
like a zin?
no, like a hammer?
Smoking while she was driving?
The dangling dart you were downwind of.
And she was with what I would imagine was her grandson. I suppose great-grandson's also probably live if you just think about it. And she was none too pleased with the aggressive driving style that I employed. But I think it has earned me a spot after that performance at Swing Around Funtown and the controversy that ensued, kind of like the scuffle following the K-State, Iowa State game. Maybe an interview with Chuckles Marlowe, Martin. I will make myself available as an exclusive for Charlie's podcast, because, Doug, once you win at Swing Around Funtown, I think the next step is going racing.
Yeah, I would say. So she yelled at you when it was over?
None too pleased. I mean, a death stare.
Really? She wanted that checkered flag for herself.
I saw the inside line. I had to take it.
Yeah.
I do.
And you just bumped her out.
It wasn't my intent, but again, what are we going to do? Lose?
So
That's not in your DNA.
Thank you.
She was enjoying a dart while driving.
What else are you going to do?
That's wild.
And did you say it or mutter it? Little less meatloaf. You might have caught me.
Yep, see, it goes back to the loaf.
I'd like to see some NASCAR drivers smoking while they're racing.
It didn't seem very easy. Like, you can't take your hands off the wheels, so I guess you're just perma-dragging
Have to
it.
stay in your mouth the whole time.
Yeah, God, you're like huffing it like it's oxygen.
I think in the old days it was a little more plausible. The
Yeah.
Dick Trickle world.
Dick Trickle.
Now they're all really fit and they're athletes, and it's not as exciting as the guys who look like they probably were. All right, let's go.
Especially around, it's always best to have a lit cigarette around all that gas and all that oil.
Doug, it looks like they're ranking the speed of the cars at Swing Around Funtown in the Michelob Ultra
Oh, I like
YouTube
that.
chat.
Oh, so others have been there as well. Sometimes
Numbers
you got
or
to wait a little
colors?
bit. You got to wait for a round or two before you get in there.
Better believe it.
You know, I went to several birthday parties there myself.
Yeah? Greg Vaughn loved it.
All the Vaughn boys loved it. And then they wanted to hit baseballs, and they wanted to play miniature golf, and then they wanted to go inside and do the arcade. Enough already!
You want him out of there?
Yes.
What would you prefer them to have done?
Hit baseballs.
Sit and
They
stare?
got pretty good batting cages.
Yeah, I know.
Tim, do you put a little adhere or affix a little bumper sticker when you're going to drive there, and it just says "Suck it, Doug"? You just have some TMA branded bumper stickers, so that gal with her meatloaf could see you.
Tim, my son and I dominated the competition there the other day, too. My son and I challenge you and your son to a race. I will ultimately let you win, but we do challenge you. Doug, that's from Ray King.
Huh. Now, did you drive as fast as you could go with the 3-year-old in the car, riding shotgun?
Took a leisurely pace.
Just okay.
Pray
just
you don't get hit by some
That's correct.
angry mother smoking darts.
But with the 7-year-old, is pedal to the metal all the way around.
That's correct.
Okay.
And again, took the inside lane. It was the right move strategically, but wound up bumping the grandmother with the dart off the track, and it was
right off the track you knocked her.
Well, off her track. She
Wow,
didn't go
aggressive.
flying out into Gravway Bluffs.
Then she might have a real beef.
I enjoy when a 14-year-old kid is in charge and he's just standing out in the middle. He's probably tatted up. He might be smoking a dart. That's, hey, watch it out there.
Yeah.
And you're 40, 50 years old, and the kid
It's
is
always
telling
great
you.
too when they just come over and they just kick free whatever go-kart is stuck
Yes.
on the side. They just kick it loose.
Yeah, we were getting on with a 3-year-old and the young gentleman who was in charge of the go-kart races goes, "Sir, I'm not sure about the height." And I go, "Oh, so you're a texter?"
Yeah, that was aimed at you.
Yeah.
And he goes, and he pointed at the 3-year-old.
Oh.
Said, "Oh, he's been on this thing 3 times already, brother. We're good. We're seasoned veterans. Just keep that grandmother away from me." Tim, that was my grandma. The old bag deserved it. That's from Mr. Nipples.
Old bag.
Tim modified the muffler of the go-kart so it was loud. That's correct. That's kind of an old money thing, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you're playing log cabin, you're going to hear some mufflers.
Yeah, by all means. If there's any muffler on there at all.
Thank you.
Or the trucks the giant plumes of black smoke that come out of the back of the truck.
We see that a lot.
It's really good look. It's really cool.
That's on Conway, though.
It's what a lot of other motorists love to see.
Let's see. A nice game of skee ball after racing is the way to do it, Doug. That's from Captain Kangaroo, who's having a monster day.
They've got that.
Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and then later in the evening, we went up to what used to be Mission Taco, but because of litigation, it's now Session Taco, and enjoyed some skee ball. So yeah, I did. I had a big day.
Lots of skee ball.
Lots of skee
Any
ball.
pop a shot?
I can't reach to get it over the line.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Didn't mean to bring that up.
Pulling up the stool would have been
Ball's too
awkward.
big.
Yeah, ball's too big to shoot it. That's correct. You're welcome to get involved in the program. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, text inbox. And then, of course, you can participate in the conversation at the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where 218 friends now are gathered. YouTube.com/TMA-STL. Your Stiefel dossier reads as follows. 101 ESPN has the traditional 8:15 interview on Monday with Chris Kerber. At 9 o'clock, James Carlton presents the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, as Missouri gets ready to take on the Bears of Central Arkansas. At 9:30, Brad Thompson. And at 10:45, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, Eli Drinkwitz is going into more detail on not going into more detail on the quarterback decision.
Okay.
Here is the head coach of your Missouri Tigers.
All right, hit the lever, please, Pale.
I feel like both of them need to play football. I think they both demonstrate the ability of toughness, preparation, decision-making, accuracy, and leadership in a practice setting, but that doesn't mean they've done it in a game setting for us. And I know both of them have played college football before, but they haven't played it in this situation before. And so they'll get to demonstrate that this week, all those this week and in a game. I felt like both quarterbacks played really well, really since the spring. I think they've both established a leadership with the team, as evidenced by both being voted captains, and just didn't feel like I could make a decision without a little bit more information. And I didn't want to rush the decision. I think the decision of the starting quarterback for me personally is something that I'm going to have a lot of conviction about. And I felt like both of those guys, like I said, have played winning football throughout camp, and I have a lot of confidence that both can execute at a high level. So really the only other thing to measure was to put them in live competition. Nowadays, I'm never going to do that in practice, just because of the nature of college football now and the investments that we have in those positions. So the ability to play live football Thursday night, the ability to watch these guys prepare, see how they handle the preparation, I felt like was the best course of action.
Hike. Yeah.
Listen to the action in the trenches.
I think he's taking the right approach.
It sounds like he's going to give you a definitive answer, however. Does it not, after, like, saying, once we see him in live action? So will he then commit after that game?
I get the sense that, and this is something Gabe, I believe, has written about, but we'll confirm it with him when he joins us at 9 o'clock, that he thinks he might already know as it is who's starting Kansas, and this is just a play.
And that's what I've been saying all along, is that he is doing a little gamesmanship. But my question is then, after the Central Arkansas game, is he still going? Because that sounded like, okay, once I see him in live game action, to me, he narrowed it down to that game. So I'm curious, do you think he will, in fact, name a starting quarterback? My theory all along was that it's gamesmanship. And therefore, why would you say it on Thursday night? Wouldn't you just continue? Hey, both played really well. This is making it even. Is he going to?
So you think it could go into 2:29 p.m. on Saturday the 6th at Faurot Field as Rock Chalk takes the field? They don't know who the starting quarterback is.
The way he sounded there, to me, it felt like, all right, I'll give you a decision. Give me a game, and I will decide. But my theory all along has been that it's sort of to mess with Kansas a little bit.
And if that's the case, wouldn't you go all the way to like Wednesday of next week?
So
would you go all the way till Saturday?
I guess.
So will you come out of the Thursday game and say, Coach, what'd you think of the guys today? And do you have a quarterback? Boy, they both played so well, and it's just not fair to either one. We're going to go into next week, and we're going to get some reps. Those reps mean a lot. We're in game week already. We've already moved on from Central Arkansas. Coach, the game just ended 20 minutes ago. Yeah, we moved on.
Have you learned anything that I guess, sorry.
Easy. Well, no coach wants a quarterback controversy.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
So
I think at some point, let's
it's possible that he wants to let their play in front of everyone kind of separate it. Like if one guy throws 3 touchdown passes and the other guy's got nothing, say, see, I told you, Horn's our quarterback or Prabula's our quarterback. One guy gets nicked up a little bit. One guy fumbles or something. He's got a way to say, see, this is the guy that I wanted all along.
I would imagine that most of the listeners did not get a chance to read the Washington Post story on Sam Horn this weekend. Anybody happen to see this?
No.
That's one we didn't see coming.
Yeah, but here's what we got. They did a detailed story on Sam Horn in the Washington Post.
For what reason?
The title of the article, Doug, he is in an SEC quarterback battle. He also just signed with the Dodgers. And they talk it over with the Dodgers about the decision-making of signing a 17th round pitcher. And talk with Horn's agent. Horn was not available for the article because he is in a quarterback battle, they said. So you can be the Washington Post, Martin, and you still can't
I feel
get
better.
access.
All right, I just felt better.
But in the article, and I think this is it's kind of like when we talked to Mazalak. It's an interesting interview. The newsworthy part was his Weatherholt comments, where we kind of go, oh, God, I don't think they're going to call up J.J. Weatherholt this year. In this case, I thought the most newsworthy part of this article is the following. But because Horn is playing college football in 2025, he is also able to earn money at Missouri, where the Tigers will pay him in the low 7 figures for the coming season, according to multiple people familiar with his latest deal. So I had been operating on the premise that if Horn were to win the starting quarterback job, it would be indicative of how great he had played to pass the guy who Missouri went out and paid 7 figures to, and Bro Prabula, to get him to go from Happy Valley to Columbia, Missouri. But per the Washington Post, and I would imagine it was Horn's agent who was the anonymous source, Sam Horn is also making at least $1 million to be Missouri's quarterback this year. So Missouri has 2 7-figure quarterbacks on its roster. How about that?
That surprises me. Because he'd been in place, whereas the big money Prabula, you had to recruit him. Come on, please come here. You're chasing somebody as opposed to somebody who's already there. committed to the program. But good for him. I am surprised at that number.
Yeah, it's hard to believe you got to pay $1 million to a backup quarterback.
So in the article, they said that probably made maximizing his MLB draft bonus less of a consideration for him. Instead, Horn could sign with the Dodgers now, locking in a pro baseball opportunity when he's ready for it and not worry about going higher and making more in a future draft when baseball teams would not have to worry about the risks of him playing more football. The Dodgers, on the other hand, were comfortable with Horn continuing in football because he was such a late-round selection. Their risk assessment worked on a sliding scale. MLB.com reported that Horn signed with the Dodgers for just under $500,000, a value in line with the 144th pick, not the 525th, which he ultimately was. Again, this is a story about ridiculous athleticism and the leverage that comes with it. So that is what the story is about a dual sport athlete in the college changing landscape of NIL economics.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty crazy to think he could get to about $2 million here, not that far off, and haven't done really anything, right? I mean, been injured, been a backup, and yet you could be walking away from a college career with close to $2 million.
He's only played a handful of snaps for Mizzou.
What is it, 8 passes? What is his career?
I think it's something like that.
And if he loses the starting job and doesn't play at all this year, he'll still be a millionaire.
Yeah.
Yep. That's good work if you can get it.
He is dug in his career. You remember back in 2022, he had 2 attempts incomplete. 2023 he was 3 for 6, so he's 3 for 8.
That's better.
You can't start Horn. You can't have a quarterback wearing number 21. What a jackass.
Hey.
So the 314 and Doug, they're not happy about his number.
I got to say, I kind of agree with that.
It is weird.
That 21 bothers me. I have to be
As a
really
quarterback, is that Dexter McCleon, Martin?
Oh, Dex out of Clemson? Was he the 2nd-round pick after O'Pace?
John Hadle was a great quarterback. He wore 21.
I hate that number. I do for a quarterback.
I bet he has a reason why he wears it. I'd be very curious to that reason.
Dexter McCleon, I already gave you the reason.
You think it's Dex?
Yeah. And he was beaten by Troy Smith in Super Bowl 36. Am I right on that?
I forget.
Was it Troy Brown?
Troy Smith played at Ohio State.
Troy Brown, maybe.
That sounds about right.
Sam Horn wears 21 because his birthday is August 21st.
Not a good enough reason.
And Jackson has just struck down the reason.
Your own birthday? What?
Yeah, that's odd.
21,
I thought it was like to honor somebody.
21, that number is best suited for what? I think cornerback.
Yeah. Deion.
He was 22.
Deion Sanders?
21. Was he 21?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought he was 22.
It is a bad look for a quarterback. What if Eli says, based on the number he's wearing, we had to go against him?
That would be
I wish he would just say
puzzling.
that.
That'd be funny.
He's clearly the better quarterback, but he wants 21, so we're going to bench him.
It's going to be Prabula. He won't be great. Zollers will be playing by the end of the year. Thanks. Harrison's brother, Master Martin, not happy this morning.
About anything. About anything.
You're welcome to get involved as well. So many different ways to do so. The TMA YouTube channel. Just open up the app, type in TMA STL. The next thing you know, you're in there talking it over. And it's brought to you by Michelob Ultra with 237 other listeners like Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter and old Bill Reloaded, Doug. They're in there talking to the Walrus King. Then you got the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And call in and talk Micah Parsons, 314-974-0101. That is another way you can get involved. Tim, fun fact, Dexter McCleon Jr. is the #1 baseball prospect in the country. He throws 95 at 15 years old. Martin, are you aware of Dexter McCleon? I assume this is his son, who apparently is the #1 baseball prospect in the country and throws 95 at 15? Holy.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
I was not aware of that, but I think Dex himself was a baseball guy. Makes sense.
He's 6'3", 200 pounds. Class of 2028.
Time for Dex to come home. He could be a true son.
I read a story about Jim Brown over the weekend. In high school, at Manhasset High School, I guess that's in New York, he averaged 15 yards a carry as a running back, scored 39 points a game in basketball, and threw 2 no-hitters in the baseball season.
My goodness.
Not a bad high school career.
Couldn't have played at St. Gabriel's.
No, I couldn't imagine that he would have made it there.
Yes, thanks for saying that.
Probably why he went to school where he did. Got to get as far away from St. Gabe's as he could just to get some PT.
Prabula is going to be the Jaden Daniels we missed out on. That's from the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer.
Rational.
I don't know about that.
Jackson, you don't see Oprah Daniels turning into Jaden Daniels?
Maybe. You never know.
Nice.
But I don't. But for someone to say like they know, I think would be disingenuous.
Be a big miss for Penn State not to have seen that talent.
Yeah,
I think I'm more intrigued by the Worson Woods Wackos reporting than anything.
Yes.
As far as this whole story, because somebody is just, they've doubled and tripled down on it.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated.
I am now booking my flight to Miami for the game on January 19th, Doug, in which Missouri will play for the national championship.
Oh, they will.
And they will be taking on the Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Oh, that'd be fun.
If they're going to play both quarterbacks against the Fighting Shrubs of Central Arkansas,
thank you.
I would hope they go one quarter with one guy, the next quarter with, instead of going halves.
Right. When it's 30-3.
Yeah,
the second
same. Because Horn has had opportunities in the second half of these kind of early tune-up games, and he just hands it off over and over and over.
And you might be playing with a second string then, too.
Right.
Like Doug, the players on Central Arkansas, do they get a scholarship?
Hell, he's on scholarship, too.
How about that?
Maybe Scottie Pippen will be on the sideline just cheering them on.
Can see it.
On their basketball court, it's like the Scottie Pippen court, and the signature on the court takes up the entire thing. It's like from three-point line to three-point line is Scottie Pippen's
That's
signature.
a little much.
It's a little much. But he is their biggest claim to fame.
Yeah.
Who cares what number someone wears? That's from Mr. Pro Relief in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
I do. I care. Looks goofy.
So you will cheer for Kansas because Sam Horn is wearing 21?
No. They could all wear number X, and I'm still not rooting for Kansas.
Okay.
But it just looks, it's like odd. And if it was, like I said, if it was to honor somebody, I may be like, okay, I get it. But
now that you found out it's his birthday,
it's honoring yourself.
I'm not sure I've ever seen
it seems McKernan coded.
Have you ever seen a quarterback wear a number higher than 21?
Yes. A Michigan quarterback years ago wore like 99 or something crazy. There was a Michigan quarterback in the last 10 years who wore a really high number. And I always found it odd. But I think he was honoring somebody.
Devin Gardner wore 97 at Michigan.
Yes, yes. And that looked really weird. He looked like a defensive lineman as playing quarterback.
And BYU is starting a quarterback this year that'll be wearing 47.
Oh, yeah, that's bad. What are we doing here, folks?
Ryan Ludwig.
Well, that's right. Brass Monkey. Yeah. The program is called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Group on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. Cardinals lose yesterday at the hands of the Tampa Bay Rays. They are back in action this evening, taking on the Pittsburgh Pirates. That's going to be a 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Michael McGreevy on the mound for the Cardinals. Former Cardinal Johan Oviedo on the mound for the Pirates. Those are our Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
We get to the playoffs this year. Gabe gonna take off that shirt, you hear? Mizzou Nation gonna be running wild like that cigar drink Tiger style. Suck it pundits if you think we done. We gonna be your number one. Like it or not, Mizzou in the playoffs. No questions asked, no trade-offs. What you got for us, SEC? No cred, no props, what'll it be? Try to hold down those Tiger paws. We'll smack you so hard you'll be eating with a straw. Go ahead and keep putting us down, but just look out, we coming to your town. Ain't gonna be there for a social visit, gonna smack those chops. Yeah, boy!
Gosh.
Oh, yeah, boy!
Yeah, boy.
I didn't hear the part about Gabe taking his shirt off. We got to clip that off.
How can you not be fired up for Thursday night after hearing this?
Are you going to the game?
No.
No.
It's my son's back to school night.
Oh.
My wife is headed to San Diego for the weekend.
Oh, it's the big Whitey Castle weekend.
Oh, yeah. White Castle Thursday night, Pizza Go-Go Friday night, Dealer's Choice on Saturday night.
Okay.
Meatloaf?
Might get some loaf.
I wouldn't get the loaf.
That's the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour here on TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Little Jackie Papers operating the ones and twos, and Gabe DeArmond will be with us. We'll ask him if he is going to take his shirt off at 9 o'clock. He's brought to you by James Carlton. Brad Thompson coming up at 9:30, and we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. Send yours in, and we got a wonderful gesture from producer Joe this morning. Martin,
friend of the show.
That's right. Jackson, tell the people what they will win if they win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
So today, if you win the aforementioned Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, you will receive not one, not two, not three, but 4 tickets to tonight's ball game against the Pittsburgh Pirates and parking passes.
No fooling.
Doug, you always complain about parking. Here you go.
Yep.
That's nice to get some
That's
parking.
the prize today.
How about that? Beautiful night. It's a beautiful day for a ball game. The Pirates are playing the best.
Nobody is playing better than the Pirates,
See?
and it's a fact. They've won 4 in a row. Longest current winning streak in the majors belongs to your pesky Pirates.
You'll have to leave early to get there because the traffic, I'm sure, will be horrible with as big a crowd as you'll get for this game tonight.
Get to see Michael McGreevy.
Yeah.
Doug, the Marlins are having a great year, too. And Tyler Phillips.
This is good stuff.
Set this up because
he came in he's a relief pitcher, Doug, and he was called into the game. And as he was brought into the game, as soon as he leaves the bullpen, he starts to smack himself. I mean, really.
In the face?
Yeah.
we don't kink shame, so be careful.
Really hits himself hard. And I would say he's put on this very tough, gritty persona.
Yeah.
That's his public persona. And he was interviewed after the game, and he didn't drop the persona.
Okay.
All right, Jack, thank you very much. Tyler, you threw 32 pitches yesterday. When did you know you were going in tonight?
When they call down.
And you were ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready. They call down, I'm pissed off, I'm ready to go.
Why do you get so pissed off?
I don't like hitters.
How did you get through that 9th?
Throw the ball over the plate.
How long does it take you to cool down after a win?
I never cool down.
And the slapping, what was the level of slapping when you came on?
Pretty hard, my face is hot. Yeah.
Great win, you're scaring me. Go to the clubhouse. Thank you very much.
Our sideline guy hung in there pretty well. I like that. Because that's rapid fire. You got to be ready with the next one. Like Macaulay Culkin as a kid, just 2-word answers. Tyler Phillips.
Yeah, sounds like he could be a friend of the show. So for Cardinal spring training, I think we go down to the Marlins family barbecue and see if Tyler's available to come to the picnic table.
He's got trace amounts of Lance Lynn, little John Lackey in him.
He's had a pretty good year. I see. 43 games.
Doesn't like hitters.
327
like
ERA.
hitters.
Yeah. So he hits himself.
That's right.
I mean, really smacks himself. Which isn't as cool as it might seem to someone.
Yeah.
Like on replay. Looks a little crazy.
Maybe a hint of Kleiner in there, just kind
The
of.
governor.
Yeah, a little bit of just kind of being weird for weird's sake.
Yeah.
That's a great way
You
to
think he's
describe it.
marketing himself?
Maybe a little. Maybe a little. But,
Well, he's just a character.
whatever gets you fired up.
I guess.
Lord knows those relievers their ERAs can get tanked in one outing. So whatever you have to do to fire yourself up, you got to do.
You're welcome to participate in the program. 314-399-9646. Text in. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Call in. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. And then you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 1045. Three-way tie at the top of the leaderboard. Buck Swope along with Riot's dad and Kevin Miller all heading down the stretch. 5 more Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day competitions in the month of August. And then a winner will be decided. Plus, you can sign up to be the TMA Listener of the Month. You can keep your anonymity. You go to tmastl.com. The program will be off. The station will be off next Monday for Labor Day. And, Doug, then we start up with clean uniforms on Tuesday.
Okay.
And here we go.
Here we
Rock
go.
Chalk Jayhawk comes to town that Saturday. How do you do?
Well, I'm fine. Looking forward to that game as well.
Papers won't be able to watch it. It'll be in a church.
Although I've said many times, I don't hate Kansas. I have no reason really to hate Kansas.
Well, you're not a true son.
I appreciate the rivalry, but I don't hate the team.
Yikes.
I know a lot of Tiger fans do. I don't know necessarily where the hate comes from, but
Civil War, bro.
whatever gets you going. We're not over the Civil War yet? 160 years?
I suggest you don't go to an SEC game.
Okay. They're not over it either?
Hey, Brown & Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of this program. They're online at brownandcrouppen.com, 314-222-2222. They were founded right here in St. Louis in 1979, and they're still right here in the St. Louis area. And if you are in need of a personal injury attorney, wouldn't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? Well, Brown & Crouppen is exactly that. They are a law firm that works in and knows the local court system. It's Brown & Crouppen. They have been voted one of the best workplaces in the area for years. They realize that happy employees are the key to providing the best client experience. Brown & Crouppen, a part of the St. Louis community, they value it. You're going to get great service and great results. You'll hear from Terry Crouppen, Ed Herman, and Andy Crouppen on this program every Tuesday. It's Brown & Crouppen. If you think you may need Brown & Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. Or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them here on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. You're listening to 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
All right, so the weather has turned just a little bit. It's cooler now. It's in the 70s. Maybe over the weekend you shut that air conditioner off, you open the windows, and for the first time in weeks you actually got fresh air into your home. Fantastic. You know it's a St. Louis, though, right? Summer, and so that heat's going to come back. And when you go to turn that air conditioner on, maybe it doesn't fire up the same way. Maybe something's making a noise, and you've been thinking about it. Look, nobody likes to spend money on these kind of things. We get it. As homeowners, it's there. But Classic Air Care is there for us when we need to have repairs done. If you haven't had that thing maintained throughout the summer, do it now. Get it good for the rest of the summer, and you're also good to make sure that your furnace is ready to go for the winter. Those are the kind of maintenance things you can do to make sure that you don't have a massive unexpected repair bill. But if that catastrophic event happens, Classic Air Care is right there for you as well. They can get you a free quote online. They will work with you with financing, and they will make sure that your home is as comfortable as it can be. It really is just that simple, and the quality of service you get is fantastic. They've got a 4.8 Google rating. You can read all the reviews right on the top of their website at classicaircare.com. It's Classic Air Care, making people comfortable since 1926.
Welcome back. It is the Morning After here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour here on the program. Coming up on the Stiefel Dossier at 9 o'clock, James Carlton presents Gabe DeArmond making his first appearance of the college football season, which got underway this past weekend. Missouri taking on Central Arkansas on Thursday, and Rock Chalk Jayhawk after a win against Fresno State on the following Saturday at 9:30. Brad Thompson with us as the Cardinals return home for a homestand that begins with the Pirates tonight. Also a prize for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. 4 tickets to tonight's game and parking. That's the prize if you email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. You are also welcome to participate in the program in a wide variety of ways by calling in 314-974-0101 on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, by texting in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox, and watching the show and talking it over with other TMA listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, and it is our pleasure to welcome Chris Kerber to the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Kerbs.
Fellas, I'm sitting here on a Monday morning wondering what kind of relationship you got with your dad to get into a fight after your brother's football game.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. That's kind of a tough look.
That's like not just a tough look and just horrible for, unfortunately, the kid in school, right? But you go a little deeper and you're like, what in the heck could get the father and the son traveling over to Dublin so mad enough to actually get into a fight there? You know it's not the first time. You know that is not the first time that they've had that kind of a scuffle. It's just not possible.
When you see that headline, your immediate thought is, oh, wow, some fans for Iowa State were lipping off, and then they started brawling. And No. Dad and his other son started fighting.
Yeah.
They said it was bickering that escalated.
Like, I don't know about you guys, I think, but I'm going to assume that all three of you guys are, well, four. Sorry, Jackson, I didn't mean to leave you out there, but at some point in time, right, the cliched PR apologies. I mean, when they issued their apology statement, they pretty much hit like the 5 cliches we've learned. We've apologized, all this other stuff. Like, okay, I'm pretty sure that 2 people that are getting into a fight outside of a football stadium that are relatives of one of the guys, I'm pretty sure that they are not speaking that clearly and that cleanly when it comes to an apology letter. Like, wouldn't you just love to hear somebody get up there and go, we effed up and we're sorry? Like that's, we'd rather hear that than all this other baloney.
It did sound AI generated, but the good news is, Kerbs, they're going to learn from this. They're going to learn from this.
Yeah, right. Yeah, well, they learned quickly then, didn't they? Like, I mean, that's I don't think they're going to learn from it because there's just no way you let that happen. That to me, if there's any sports story over the weekend, that's the one that just absolutely blew my mind. That I do want more details. I'm sick and twisted enough right now on this story that I'm like, what the hell caused it? That's what I want to know.
Alcohol. I would guess alcohol caused it.
Well, alcohol might have been in the system, but somebody still had to say something.
Yeah.
You know, like, it was either the brother ripping his brother and then the dad coming over the top. I don't know, but it's anyhow, that's one thought. The other thought, how about this today, guys? We got Colton Parayko's golf tournament for Project 55 today.
Oh, great.
So we'll have some of the guys in town. He's been raising, this is the I think, the 4th or 5th year of it. And he's got a great story of one of his friends having to spend time at the Ronald McDonald House. So Colton's been doing this, and he's been raising a lot of money, has some great sponsors out there, and a great day at Meadowbrook, and then a good auction and stuff afterwards. And, guys from Golden Oak Lending, guys from Napoli, they've donated. Like, it's just been really terrific. And so 5 years now raising a lot of money for the Ronald McDonald House as well as Blues for Kids. And that's just something that Colton Parayko kind of does on his own. It doesn't get a ton of publicity. But the tournament is packed, and just another great example of our athletes giving back.
Do you think Parayko has sort of won the room over? It was always, he could just be a little tougher. If he would and I feel like last year he was having such a great season. Maybe the narrative on, we just need a little more from him. Maybe and he always plays for Team Canada, which to me is a pretty good barometer. Do you think folks have finally figured it out that he's pretty good?
Well, here's the thing, Martin. First of all, you say, does he win the room over? Typically, the narrative that most people are talking about never even gets to the room. It only gets to the room if somebody comes in and asks about it. I can tell you right from the start with this guy, his teammates have loved him, and he has been good. You go back to his rookie year, and he and Joel Edmondson came in as rookies the same year. They had spent the previous year down in the minor leagues. And it was supposed to, like, the way you looked at the depth chart, it would have been, I think, Robert Bortuzzo, not Hampus Lindholm. It was like a Swedish or a Finnish defenseman. That you're like, okay, these are going to make. Well, Edmondson and Parayko came in that year, and just absolutely, I think it was a 16-17 season, came in and just they unseated two guys. They literally took that bottom pairing and kind of went from there. And you're right, every single chance that Team Canada has had an opportunity to use NHL players in an international event, whether it be the World Championships, whatever, Colton Parayko has been on that list. And when COVID knocked the NHL out of the Olympics that last time around, Doug Armstrong said that Colton Parayko would have been on that. So that they all know what he has. You talk to players around the league. I mean, it's a well-known story now. Darren Pang was talking to Connor McDavid and said, who's one of the toughest guys to play against? He goes, I hate playing against Colton Parayko. He's just big and the way he can skate and all that. So the guys in the room know it. I do think that just from a longevity standpoint, I think you look at that size and people think, oh my gosh, if he's Pronger, like, well, there's a reason that those superstars are the superstars, right? And I think Colton Parayko has, I guess, settled into his own skin too, and comfortable with the player he's been. I think that's probably the most important part.
Yeah, and I should clarify too. When I say won the room, I meant just sort of that generic phrase, like won people over. I think in the room, obviously popular with his teammates. So I didn't mean to insinuate that it was a teammate issue. What do you make of the signing that Milan Lucic is that just why not? Because he hadn't played in a while, veteran guy.
You know what? There were some rumblings, maybe. Last February, somewhere in there, that he was trying to kind of get back into it, and everything had been cleared up from the incident that had him sitting on the sidelines for a while, and so there were some rumblings, but no team locked him in. I think if you look, he's 37 years old. Can he skate and can he move around the ice? Okay, that's something that Jim Montgomery is going to have to determine with Doug Armstrong and company. If he can. He clearly brings something that the Blues now for a couple of seasons have been lacking, and that is just a little bit of that blank you attitude in the bottom six. Nathan Walker has it. Now, look, guys, I think Nathan Walker has earned the playing time. I think he's earned it. But I think Nathan Walker is forever going to be one of those guys that they're going to look at size, they're going to look at whatever. And I'm going to tell you, like, his heart outmatches his size any day, and he's just the ultimate teammate. So, but from just a pure size standpoint, and a little bit, Pat Maroon skating past the Boston Bruins bench game, you guys are blanked, right? Like, just a little bit of that attitude is something that the St. Louis Blues, frankly, haven't had and don't have. And that is an opportunity if Milan Lucic can come into shape and can actually play and go. He can bring something that this team needs. It's an opportunity for him. And frankly, if he does play that way and can be effective, it's actually a good thing for the Blues, I think.
And they've certainly got the best teacher in the world there with Steve Ott. I mean, nobody was a better agitator than him.
Yeah, Steve Ott is such a fascinating, great story of a career because, when he was drafted in the first round by the Dallas Stars, he was drafted as a skilled forward, but he's trying to break into the NHL on a Dallas Stars team that has Mike Modano, Joe Nieuwendyk, Brett Hall, right? They're coming off of having just won a Stanley Cup. And where are you going to play? It's not like Ken Hitchcock is all of a sudden going to put Steve Ott in on the power play when you've got 4 Hall of Famers sitting around. So he kind of had to reinvent himself, and holy smokes did he reinvent himself on that. He found a way to play and stick and get respect in the NHL. And when you talk to people, he was as relentless as anybody when it came to chirping. He would research. He would know. He'd spend some time and think about this because it's really kind of early days of the internet, so it's not like some of this stuff was that readily available. But he found stuff to get under guys' skin and make a difference, and became one heck of an NHL player. So, yeah, that aspect of it, Milan Lucic isn't going to need a teacher. Milan Lucic knows exactly the hole to fill here if he's going to be a part of the St. Louis Blues. It's just going to be up to him. 1, is he willing to play that role? And 2, is the body going to let him? And that's what we have to wait and see.
Yeah, those are guys you hate them if they're on the other team, and you love them when they're on your side, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, they're the kind, like for example, right now, if somebody said, hey, the Blues signed Brad Marchand to a 2-year contract this offseason, we'd have been fantastic, right? Yeah, absolutely. There's a great example of a guy that you hate when he's on the other team, and you can't wait for him to absolutely be on your team. And hopefully Milan Lucic is one of those guys.
I suppose since fighting isn't much of a part of the game, you don't see guys like that too much anymore. Is that the reason why? Because of the lack of fighting in the game when once it was so prominent?
No, I actually think that has absolutely nothing to do with it.
Like, I guess I'm wrong. Then.
Fighting. Well, no, I think it's yeah. I guess like I understand what you're saying, but the reality of it is it's not because there's a lack of fighting anymore. I think that lack of fighting that you're seeing actually opens the door for some nastiness and some stuff. Look what the Florida Panthers are able to run roughshod over people, right? Because there's not an answer in a lot of cases, right? Like Matthew Tkachuk or whomever is going to go run somebody in the corner. Who's going to go after him? Who's going to look after him, right? Like look at you get the big defenseman for the Winnipeg Jets. Absolutely decapitates Jordan Kyrou on a hit, right? And there's no overly, response. It's Nathan Walker, right? It's been Braden Shen for the St. Louis Blues, and he should be able to kind of step aside from that. Another guy, Jake Neighbors, has stepped up big time and done some of this. It's not about the fighting. But it is about team toughness and going in and some nastiness. And yes, every now and then you'll have to fight. Look at what Tyler Tucker did. And you go look at how Tyler Tucker kind of realized what he had to do after being sent down to the minor leagues and come back in. And a lot of times it wasn't, you don't have to fight every third game, although it is fun for the fans. But you got to be nastiness, and they got to know that you've got a little snap factor in there. And so it's not so much that you have the fight, Doug. It to me, or that fighting isn't as prevalent. It's still there. It's still allowed in the rule book. It's the fact that I don't think that a lot of players in the NHL are expecting it. A lot of players go in, they skate, they might throw a glove or a shoulder, and then they don't expect some kind of a reaction. And the scared look on a lot of players' faces when somebody snaps and has a reaction, I guarantee you that, they're wide awake at that point in time. So I actually think it's just more physical intimidation than it is actually beating the snot out of a guy.
Chris Kerber with us here on Mondays on TMA at 8:15, talking it over. Recommended reading over the weekend, by the way, from Jeremy Rutherford, an interview with Jimmy Snuggerud. A lot of maturity there from the player the Blues fans got to see at the end of the season. Check that out on The Athletic, as the boys will be hitting the ice here in just a few weeks. Chris Kerber with us on Mondays at 8:15, talking it over. Kerbs, we always appreciate the time. Thank you so much, sir.
All right, fellas. Have a great week. Talk to you next week.
Thank you. That's Chris Kerber with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. The show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Doug, it must be Bruce Springsteen's birthday. That's all I got. Although I know James Carlton is with us at 9 o'clock presenting Gabe DeArmond for his first appearance of the 2025 National Championship season. And James Carlton has been to like 374 Bruce Springsteen shows. So maybe that's what this is about with Jackson here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Jackson, is that our music theme? Is it about James Carlton?
It works out that way. But it's also 50 years of Born to Run. This album came out on this day in 1975.
But was it seminal, that album?
I would say.
Okay.
Pretty big.
Do you love Bruce Springsteen?
I like some of his music, yeah. He's like
too working class for you?
No, far from it. No.
Too gritty?
No. My cousin actually lives in Asbury Park right now.
Oh,
so I
really?
have half my family lives in New Jersey, so they're huge Springsteen people. So I
almost have to be.
Yeah. So I've grown up listening to a lot of Springsteen. I like it.
You have to be a sports writer to be obsessed. And Bernie Miklasz, Vahe Gregorian, Stu Durando. If you go to any Springsteen concert, you'll run into a former Post-Dispatch scribe. Guaranteed. Dave Matter, another one. Like Post-Dispatch sports section was a Springsteen hotbed.
Really? Okay.
In case you're wondering, Doug. Also, over the weekend, Doug, you're wondering what to get excited about. J.J. Weatherholt over the weekend, 8 for 13.
Sweet mother of mercy.
8 for 13 playing for the Memphis Redbirds. He's just so hot, you don't want to move him, Doug.
No, it's important you stay right where he's at because he's having success.
Gosh, I got to tell you, that's the only thing I can sell you on right now that gets you a little excited for next year.
They got still a little bit more than a month of games
31
to play.
games is almost a fifth of the season, right?
Yeah. If he's going to be here next year, I know they fight the contract and the years of control and everything, but
how can the DeWitts, Big Bill, Next Bill, I don't want to say Little Bill because he's a grown man.
Next Bill. Bill Reloaded and Next Bill.
Little Bill just sounds insulting to a grown man, but Big Bill and Next Bill, how do they not say, let's do it, who cares? We got to do something here. We're dying here. Nobody gives a rip about our product. It doesn't seem real exciting next year, no matter how good a press conference Chaim Bloom holds in October. That's not going to be enough. Can we at least give them something to be excited about? And I think Weatherholt, right now, it's your only shot. And I understand if you bring him up and he goes 1 for 30 or something, oh, no, we ruined him. I don't care.
Yeah, that won't ruin him. Remember, Willie Mays started like 0 for 17 or something. If they're really going to be good players, they'll get over it.
You know who he got 2 hits off of this weekend, Martin, of those 8 hits? Do you know who it was?
I do not.
Doug, would you like to take a guess?
Can I have initials, please?
CS.
CS. Chris Snodsmith?
Nope.
Charlie Schmidt?
Nope.
CS.
He has won Cy Young.
Chris Sale.
Yes.
Oh, Chris Sale.
I didn't know
tough
that.
lefty.
He was on a rehab assignment. Weatherholt 2 for 2 against him.
Boomer Kingsley?
Nope, Chris Sale. The Shrewsbury Seminary students on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning,
All right.
Shrewsbury.
Good.
Hello, Shrewsy. Shrewsy!
Hey, you guys there?
Oh,
You
yeah,
guys
we're
there?
here. Yes.
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
How come the guys talking
How you
NFL
guys-
always get right through, there's no issues, and then everyone else just seems to be a little bit phonish? Do we have an NFL hotline, Tim?
How you guys doing this morning?
Oh, we're fine. You?
Good. When I call in, I have some technical questions for the dais. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer questions. Doug probably doesn't take questions.
I'm pressed for time.
Okay. So when I call in, it used to be that what's his face would pick up, the guy I talk NBA with, Jackson. He would pick up, and then I'd get to talk to him and tell him who I was. Now when I call in, it just puts me straight on hold, and I'm hearing the show. Why is that? What happened?
I don't know.
Is that Frank?
Sometimes I'll just, Chairman Kurt just sees somebody who he knows is good, puts them on hold.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. You're a made man. You didn't even know it, Shrewsbury Seminary student.
Wow. Thank you, guys.
I like how
Thank you.
Jackson spun that as a sign of respect when actually it's probably indifference.
Jackson, who do you like out of the East this year? It's kind of a jumbled bunch up there at the top.
This is the Pistons' time, you say.
Oh, yeah. Could be Detroit. You know, why not Cade?
Yeah. Sure. Doug, how you been, man? I've been seeing you around. How you been?
Well, I'm just fine, thanks.
I was
I've been
wondering
out
the
and
same
about.
thing.
Yeah, I've been around.
Doug, you know who I saw at the pool gym the other day after I was doing my laps? You know who I saw?
No.
I saw Heim Bloom. Chiseled chin, man. Really chiseled chin.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It's working out, huh?
A little bit. Trying to get it in when I can. I'll probably be over there around lunchtime today. But
Dude, we get it. You work out, guy.
Real quick, a couple other things. Adam, is caller Adam called in a while?
No, he hasn't. It's been a month, maybe.
Adam, if you hear this, we sold our house up in Pasadena Hills, but there's a mattress that we didn't sell that's in that garage that the new owners are looking to get rid of. So if you need I think it's like a twin mattress, it's in that garage. It's plenty clean. It's wrapped up in the wrapping.
Yeah, sounds
to
great.
Keep it clean.
Mm-hmm.
So if you need that, call me. You have my number, okay, Adam?
What's this have to do with me?
So you sold your house and you left a mattress behind?
Yeah, we didn't get everything out, but they were cool with it. They were like young kids, and they were like, "Oh, just leave it. It's okay." And we're like, "Okay, you said it, not me."
So they're probably going to use it themselves.
Shrubs.
I don't think they needed it. Hey, another question I have about the show. Last week, I heard Tim. I think it was you, or maybe it was Martin, who said that the old listeners of TMA are mad at you guys, and the old listeners of 101 are mad at you guys, and the old TMA listeners are mad at you guys. Why is that, do you think? What's going on there?
Well,
what do you
the
think
show
the old
exists.
101 listeners...
Doug, I won't answer the question.
Apparently, he's asking questions. He's not taking answers.
One more question is, what do you think the old 101 listeners think when there's like a text that's like, hey, come sit on my lap? What do you think goes through their mind?
Well, it's a wonderful invite.
Well, I think, now we've been on, Doug, how long have we been on 101? 10 months, I think.
Yeah, we started in
And Jackson and I have been on since January of 2022. Is that correct?
Yeah.
But the show has existed in a constant state of being hated since the moment Martin the cat and I started in July of 2004. As a matter of fact, it was so hated, Shrewsbury Seminary student, in July of 2004, that even though I believe we all signed one-year deals, Martin, back then, I think, that they were thinking about firing us about a month in. So it's kind of just been our existence.
What was the station where you guys had to work on the signal? Wasn't it? There was an issue.
I think that was probably letter D, all of the above.
All of them.
Yeah.
You guys heard from Joshua in a while?
Oh, good question. No.
Doug, you stay in touch?
It's been a few years since
Do you have a notepad like a Columbo, and you just scribble in notes that you've been meaning to get caught up on a number of topics?
I enjoy a good catch-up. And apparently the Shrewsbury Seminary student is a made man. He goes right to being on hold. I like that.
I appreciate that. I actually text my notes of what I'm going to ask to my Ameren text. It's like my Ameren bill. And then I just text the notes in there before I call you guys in. But, hey, I got a call coming in. I'm getting to my office at Clayton. I got to go.
Okay, sorry to bother you.
Oh, he got a call.
Maybe we call him. Maybe that's what's...
Is he still a Shrewsbury Seminary student? Because I feel like at some point you'd graduate, right?
He's not a man of the cloth, no.
Like onboarding.
It's just kind of omnipresent.
Yeah. It's kind of a lifelong process.
He had shades of caller Adam there. Just kind of a rat-a-tat-tat. Nothing could stop him.
Did you think about going into the seminary yourself, Martin?
Prep South, would it be, Martin?
And they're the Saints?
I don't think they're around anymore.
Prep North is still going or not?
I don't think either one is
as well. I'm
around.
going to short both markets.
My dad was he said they made him when he was a kid. Made him join the seminary. Yeah. I think back then, my mom was in the convent. My aunt was in the convent. I think back in the day,
It was relatively common.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of sound story interviews, and by a lot of, I would say maybe 3 to 5% were the people I'm interviewing spent some time in the seminary. I would imagine you probably have as well. Yeah, it's a commonplace.
My dad says he escaped. Nothing against the occupation, the profession, the service to others. Wasn't for him. No, I did not, to answer Doug's question.
Caller Ellen is not happy. With the phone calling filtering system. I love Jackson, but going straight to being out on hold is a diss. He knows it, as does Kurt. I gave up calling in. The producers are big timing the listeners, as is their right. But do not tell fibs about it. That's from caller Ellen.
I'm going to get out in front of this.
Wow.
Caller Ellen, I love you. I don't know when the last time you called in was. Some people's names show up on the caller ID, others do not, and the Shrewsbury Seminary students does. I trust him. Ellen, I trust you fully. If you call in and your name shows up, you're in that same club.
Wow. What if her name doesn't show up?
Then I don't know who it is, and I have to answer it.
And you don't like answering them?
Well, it depends on what's going on in the room. You know, I'm right here, Doug, and I don't want to...
In Kurt's defense, like if we're playing a piece of audio and there's no talking in the room, him answering the phone might leak out even with his mic off. So I understand where he's coming from. It's not an intentional diss at anybody.
And if you whisper, they can't hear you.
Lord knows we'll let anyone on the air. Have you heard our calls in the last 2 weeks?
Right.
Oh! Morning, gents. Beautiful morning outside. Beautiful start to the week here in Tim's voice. It's like a triangle.
Yeah.
Somebody dinner, supper's on the table, kids. It's as peaceful as if birds chirping as the sun rises over a dew-glistened meadow, while sultry enough to cause stirring in the trousers. Let's have a great week. That's from the 636.
Okay.
Like that. You hear that?
Stirring in the trousers?
Caller Ellen does not believe it for a second. Exactly. I gave up. Blah, blah, blah. Caller Ellen is out.
What do you mean exactly?
Put it to the test.
What does that mean exactly? What does that mean?
Right now.
I'm honestly, I don't follow it necessarily. I don't know what she's talking about. Like, Kurt doesn't answer her calls?
Picking up the call. She
Chairman
goes
Kurt,
right.
your response.
I'm with Jackson. I don't really know what she's trying to say.
I don't understand.
If you caller Ellen, call in right now. I will answer.
How about that, Doug? That's a guarantee. That's a 5-star guarantee.
But most people who call in, they would just go right to hold without speaking to someone?
If the name shows up and it's a trusted ally, I will put them on hold. If I don't recognize the name or if it's just a number and I'm able to pick up, I pick up. Hefty screening process. Text him.
Yep.
How do people get their names on there then?
I have no idea. We can't change anything with that. It's like caller ID. How do you?
It's a cell phone company.
Like when someone calls your cell phone, their name doesn't pop up.
I like when
there's nothing you can do to make that.
It'll say like maybe Nathan, like a random number calls me.
I'm talking about random numbers. Obviously, you can save someone's
But
contact.
some people have their name on there.
I know. I don't know how that works.
It's like in the text inbox. There are some that are saved as businesses or churches.
But I could change that. We can't change if your caller ID shows up or not. You know, nothing we can do there.
Okay.
Prep south with the Blackhawks. Prep north with the Trojans. Oh, the irony from the 314.
How about them?
News and notes. I think caller Ellen needs to call in, and we'll get to the bottom of this.
Well, she says she's working. She can't call in.
Okay.
Oh, that's convenient.
I was.
Oh.
Wow. Shots fired.
Jackson quit half assign your job. That's from Mr. Siders.
That doesn't make any sense.
I thought it made perfect sense.
That doesn't make any sense. I just being honest here, and this isn't throwing Kurt under the bus, but I don't really answer the phones because I'm at the dais.
Doug, you've been away a little bit. I don't shine shoes no more.
Right now, there's an ally calling in. I'm putting him directly on hold.
Ooh, who is the ally? It must be caller Adam.
A fellow chairman.
Oh, Chairman Steve.
Oh, okay.
Chairman Steve, you are on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Oh, there he is. Oh, hello, Steve.
How you doing, buddy?
Fine. Where are you?
I'm in my apartment. Is it bad sounding?
No, I just couldn't tell. You screamed so loud there at the beginning. So you're at Ballpark Village.
Yeah, I'm looking down at the stadium right now.
People tailgating for the Pirates game?
I bet the stadium is completely empty now, and I consider it'll be completely empty at 6:45 or whatever.
Can you give us a time lapse for the next few hours?
Ooh, I used to have a time-lapse camera, but it broke, so I don't have it anymore. But it would be nice to do, but because it is pretty bare.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I imagine this Monday through. Is it Monday through Thursday or Monday through Wednesday?
I think it's a Monday through Thursday.
I don't know.
It's a Monday through Thursday series. We got a day game Thursday. That'll be a shooting match.
Ooh,
pony.
Man. Yeah. You want to come down?
You know what? I'm actually going to be there for TV Tuesday night, and I thought about reuniting with the chairman on the balcony if it all works out. What do you think?
I'm in. Whatever you want to do.
The last time we did a live hit from Chairman Steve's balcony, the season sort of went south and never came back. They were 2.5 back of the Cubs and then dropped the next two. Sonny Gray was not available over a week-and-a-half stretch to face first place Chicago. So we can reenact that.
Maybe it'll be reverse course. You know, this will like getting hit twice. You know, you kind of regain your memory.
Okay.
But next time, Chaim Bloom lives in the building, so next time I'm in the elevator with him, I'll just pull the emergency and start firing some questions about JJ, when he's coming up, and all this stuff.
That'd be good. Yeah.
Pull the old emergency.
I'm sure he'd love that. He always looks a little worried when I look at him and say hi, like I recognize him. So
yeah, well, you kind of give off that vibe. No offense, but I could see you giving off that vibe. Like, oh, what's this guy want?
I'm a little too excited sometimes. I agree, Martin. But I got an update. My buddy, who's buddies with Joshua. So
Okay. Where's
he's
Joshua?
Out of jail. He's out of jail.
Out of jail? What was he doing in jail?
I don't know. He didn't give me that.
Oh gosh.
I saw my. You know where I saw my buddy? Sportsman's Park.
Oh, did you? Sportsman's P, Larry Wilson Burger, if you please.
Yeah, I had some wings there, but and
Jackie
I always
Smith
thought it
made
was
the
silly.
tables there. Did you know that?
That's a good fun fact.
Physically made the table?
Yeah, he. I think there's some that are made out of bats.
Huh.
Think about it.
Who did that?
Jackie Smith,
the Hall of Fame football player, made some tables for Sportsman's.
Jackson. I was like, what the hell? Jackson doesn't have those skills.
You don't know that.
But yeah, but and so he's in sales and doing well, making six figures, according to my friend. So
great.
I'm glad he's doing well.
Yeah.
But a singing career, I guess, is over. But
Another TMA success story, Tim.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing how this show launches people's careers, Doug.
Yes, I mean, you should see what's happened to me because of this show.
What's happened?
Nothing.
Yeah.
My wife's always like, "Can you do anything to monetize this effort you put into this?" And I'm like,
listening to a radio show.
Define effort.
Well, like texting and calling and stuff like that, and like we're out a lot and people recognize me.
Oh, here we go.
No, I'm not bragging. I'm saying it's kind of embarrassing when it happens. But
table for Steve, Chairman Steve.
No, not that way. Not that way. It's Yahooligans, usually at bars, who had a few beverages in them and come up to you and go, "I love your calls" or whatever. Or they never say any of the bad stuff that comes into the text line. So
fellow degenerates is what you're describing.
Yes. Well, they're listeners to the show. That's what they are. But
hopefully you can find a way to monetize some of this, and all of our listeners can become wealthy.
And there's no way to monetize it, Doug. Although you do you can get some likes on the fan page, which is really cool.
That's just like money. Just like money.
They were doing. I put a picture the other day. There is interesting stuff on the fan page. I was walking around yesterday down at the Arch Grounds, and there was like 4 school buses down there, and there were church people down there. They were lined up into the river. Look on the fan page at this picture. They were baptizing people in the Mississippi River.
All right. Doug, are there undercurrents? Is that a high risk?
It feels a little dangerous. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Not only the current, but also the used car that's rolling down the Mississippi. Look out.
Catfish, too. Heads up.
I was like, my wife and I were like, man, that's dangerous. There wasn't like, they should have like an EMT there, or Coast Guard should be out there downriver or something, because
boat,
I mean, they
lifeguard.
were deep. Look at the picture. I mean, they were deep into the water.
Baptized in St. Louis, later found in New Orleans. Downriver.
The pastors or whatever were, I would say, it was over their, almost to their shoulders where they were.
Really?
I was like, man, that was like crazy. That was crazy. I mean, that river is, it's not friendly.
No.
It's mighty. But,
I got to see it now.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you see that?
Wow.
See how far they're into
And
the water?
that was on the St. Louis riverfront?
Yes.
Wow.
And they were all like the people getting baptized were wearing these white robes. So it was pretty wild. I mean, you never know what you'll see when you're walking around downtown.
No, or anywhere around the city, really.
Yeah, pretty much. But no. What else you guys been up to?
Steve, some people have ideas for you to be monetized. They're saying never call again and they'll pay you.
Oh. Okay, I'm in.
Right. There it is. There's the strategy.
At Steve-Sauter, Venmo, $100 apiece. Once I get up to 10,000, I will not call again.
There it is. 100 people give him $100, and he is done calling in.
Someone might just give a lump sum.
Yeah, just one hit. Chairman, it's always a delight to talk it over with you. Thank you so much for the phone call.
All right, boys. Have a good day. Love you.
That's Chairman Steve in Wildwood, who was the TMA Listener of the Year. Was that 23, Chairman, because you were 22? Am I correct on those years?
I believe that's right.
And then Buck Swope was 2024's TMA Listener of the Year, Doug?
I think so.
Strong call. Yeah, that was a very strong call. Gabe DeArmond's going to be a strong call coming up in 5 minutes. The Colonel makes his debut here in a matter of moments for the 2025 season, presented to you by James Carlton. Brad Thompson coming up in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Mark Hanna is online at evergreenstl.com, and I am a big fan. Doug, regrets?
You've had a few.
Yeah.
Few to mention. Few to mention.
Thank you very much. But one of the regrets I have is not having a financial advisor in my 20s. I am telling you what I wouldn't do to go back and have somebody like Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies guiding me and realizing the importance of just saving something and having an idea of how to budget to make sure you put yourself on a better track. Doug always says that the eighth wonder of the world is compound interest. It's at this point, it's cliche for you.
Right.
But Mark Hanna is a wonderful person, and he customizes his plan for you based on you individually and not a one-size-fits-all plan that they just pass off to everybody who reaches out. Can't say enough good things about him as a person. Can't say enough good things about him as a professional. 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour, which will feature Gabe DeArmond in a matter of moments, presented to you by James Carlton. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website where you can pick out your next vehicle. Doesn't matter your situation or your circumstances. They're not just going to sell you a car. Auto Loan Pro is also going to help you get your life and credit back on track. You can do that by downloading the free playbook. It's on the website, AutoLoanPro.com. Little to no money down. Going to work hard to get the best rates possible, and they can do that because Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders. Think about that. 50 different lenders shopping around to do their best to get you the lowest rate possible. AutoLoanPro.com is the website. There's one thing you need to know when you're financing a car. The only thing you need to know, choose the pro. AutoLoanPro.com. Go online, download that free playbook. Robert Thomas on the site as well. Great website, informative, has the vehicles available and that free playbook. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family. Anyone can sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. AutoLoanPro.com.
Hey, this is Jackson with the Sports Center Update. It's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Tommy Fleetwood's long nightmare is over as the Englishman wins his first PGA Tour title with the big one, the Tour Championship yesterday. That was another Sports Center Update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
How do you do?
Well, I'm fine and very excited after hearing this music. Ready to go. Ready to run through a brick wall for Coach Drink.
It's Thursday afternoon. You and your bros are getting ready for a long weekend at the lake. The cigarette boat is rented or on layaway, and you're going to stop in Columbia, Missouri to see the Central Arkansas Bears and the Missouri Tigers wearing gold pants as they begin their run to the 2025 National Championship.
Do we know what they're wearing yet? That comes out usually on Wednesday. Is that right?
I bet we'll find out when they start the coverage for the pregame warm-ups. That would be my guess.
I hope they do videos in barns again.
Oh, I do too. I love that.
It's Mark Hanover, Greenwell Strategies, 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. And you can watch our conversations here at youtube.com/TMASTL. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. And James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency sponsors this gentleman every week on the program. Doug, for his first appearance in the 2025 campaign, it is a pleasure, nay, honor, to welcome the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond of Power Mizzou, to the Morning After. Morning, Colonel.
You know, every time I hear the intro, I just think this is the part of the week that Tim looks forward to the most, and then I hear Doug, and it's like, oh, we got to have this guy on again.
Oh, no, Doug. Why do you dislike the Colonel? You're both Sigma News. You're both Sigma News.
Is that right?
Yeah. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't realize he was
He's been on for like 30 years on the show.
I know. I don't think we've ever discussed that.
Get to know people.
Okay, sorry. No, I'm thrilled that he's on. Happy that Mizzou football's back.
Okay.
I'm still concerned about the uniforms.
Oh, don't start.
Your thrilled tone sounds different than Tim's thrilled tone.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because I believe we're going to witness something special. I like what the Colonel, what you wrote this morning, Gabe, regarding Thursday night. Doug, it gets you fired up. Gabe wrote about this coming weekend, this Thursday night's game. The following, in his 10 thoughts on a Monday morning, major recommended reading, by the way. There's just not a world in which this is a competitive game. I understand why you guys are excited about it. You're only guaranteed 12 opportunities a year to watch your favorite team. Every one of them is absolutely a big deal. I'm happy the games are back. I'll just be happier when the better games are back. I like that. And since now they're going to 9 SEC games, and then they'll play Illinois quite a bit, Kansas quite a bit over the next few years, you only are going to have to deal with 2 of these a year, Colonel.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. And even one of them, like the Louisiana game this year, it's not the most exciting thing, but like you can create a world in which Louisiana wins that game, right? Some of these G5 games are fine games to play. The FCS games, the UMass games, that don't generally love those. But I do like this way better than – remember when Missouri was in the Big 12 and the first 4 games of the year were always non-conference?
Yes.
And, they generally just scheduled terribly. And so it was like everybody started the season in September, and you're watching these big ACC games and SEC games and these national spotlight games, and you're like, yeah, I don't really feel like I'm part of this till October. That's different now. Week 2 is Kansas, week 4 is South Carolina, so I like that. I don't love this particular one, but again, I understand why people are excited about it.
And they should get a good test against Kansas. What did you think of them? Did you see them play over the weekend?
I did not. I had something to do, and I was going to record that game and watch it when I got home, and then I saw it was 31-7, and I didn't it just didn't seem all that interesting. So I haven't watched it yet. I did have a couple of friends that cover KU, and I think it was a combination of they look solid, and Fresno State is just not the Fresno State we were used to. I don't think they're very good. From what I understand from talking to a couple people, KU up front is going to have to get a lot better before they come to Columbia, but we haven't seen Mizzou play yet, so we'll see.
So, Gabe, are you expecting after Thursday's game, do you think we'll have clarity from Drinkwitz? Have you gotten that indication, or do you think this will roll into next week in terms of the quarterback?
Yeah, I wrote this morning. I don't think we'll know until pregame warm-ups against KU.
How about that?
He said pregame. He said before camp, I'm not going to do this for a competitive advantage thing, but I think he is. And that's not to say he truly may not know who he's going to start, but unless we get something like one guy comes out and throws for 250 and one guy goes 4 for 11 with a pick, I just don't know how much separation we're going to see against Central Arkansas. So I imagine he comes into the post-game press conference and in his opening statement says, look, I got to watch the film. I'm not going to tell you who's starting the next game yet. And then on Tuesday, we'll have media day, and he'll say, yeah, we have a plan, and you'll see what that plan is on Saturday. That's what I expect. He could surprise me.
Gabe DeArmond, our guest here on TMA. He's presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James is online at carltoninsurance.net, or you can call him at 314-961-4800. He has a lot of Mizzou content for this upcoming football season. I was texting with James before the program this morning, and he brings you Gabe DeArmond every Monday and Friday here on TMA. James is online at carltoninsurance.net, 314-961-4800. Gabe, I don't know how well aware you were of this. My guess is you knew about it, but I was reading the Washington Post article. I think you might have been the one who posted the link to it on PowerMizzou.com that detailed Sam Horn and the Dodgers and the Missouri football program. And I thought one of the most newsworthy pieces of that article was that Sam Horn is receiving 7 figures from NIL to be Missouri's quarterback, whether he's the starter or the backup. I don't think a lot of people knew that. I could be off, but I think that's eye-opening. The guys here on the show did not know that when I brought it up earlier on the program. Was that, relatively speaking, common knowledge? Because I think a lot of people are going, well, they're paying Bo Pribula, so no matter what, they're going to have him start. But it doesn't sound like that's necessarily the way this thing works out in NIL.
Yeah, 7 figures surprised me a little bit. I mean, I knew Sam was getting a decent chunk of money. My guess would have probably been high 6 figures. But, yeah, every time someone said, well, they're starting Pribula because they paid him, I just said, do you think Sam's here for free? Nobody's here for free, especially a quarterback, and they have invested 3 years of money in Sam Horn already. So even if he wasn't making 7 figures this year, the total investment in him clearly is more than it is in Bo Pribula because he's only been here for 1 year. But I think it speaks to what we knew entering the offseason. Regardless of what Missouri did in the portal, Drinkwitz had to keep Sam Horn here. He needed that as a backup quarterback at worst-case scenario because otherwise you are going into the season and your only 2 quarterbacks on the roster are Bo Pribula, who hasn't played a lot, and Matt Zollers, who is a true freshman coming off an injury, and that would be not an acceptable situation. So they had to keep Sam around, and I think that certainly goes a long way toward explaining how they did it.
Would you have any idea what a ballpark figure might be for the total payroll for the team?
Last year, I think, was somewhere in the area of 12 to 15 million. I think this year is probably a little bit different, especially if you include the, 13 to 14 million they're getting in revenue sharing. I don't know the total, but I would guess most Power 4 programs, at least ones that are trying to compete here, when you're talking revenue sharing plus NIL, I would imagine it's at least 20 to 25 million.
Nice. And basketball players, I'm sure, get paid a lot. Athletes from the other sports, are they making much money?
I've reported that I think Missouri's split is right around, it's somewhere between 75 and 80% for football, somewhere between 15 and 20% for men's basketball, and then the remaining, 3 to 6% is being split among everything else, with, I believe, the majority of that going to baseball and women's basketball. But long answer short, no. Most other athletes are not making a significant amount of money, probably.
Gabe, at running back, we talked a lot about Ahmad Hardy, the transfer from Louisiana, who put up big numbers, but I see where Jamal Roberts is kind of listed. Is it still unclear as to who the starting running back will be?
No, it is not unclear. Drinkwitz loves to put "or" on the depth chart.
Right.
If you look through, there's a lot of those. Ahmad Hardy is going to lead this team in carries. I think that specific situation is a nod to Jamal, being a good teammate and sticking around even though he's maybe not the number one guy. And he is he's the number two guy. He's the third down back. So, I don't know if they come out in some certain formation, I guess it's possible that Jamal Roberts is on the field on the first snap rather than Ahmad Hardy. But Ahmad Hardy is the number one. He will lead this team in carries, assuming health holds up.
Jackson, I like that. Put "or." So Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock, or Tiger Woods, just or. Give us some options.
I don't mind that at all.
Gabe DeArmond with us here. He's brought to you by James Carlton. He joins us here on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Colonel, I'm anxious to get your perspective on this. I felt like I had a pretty good gauge on the team in 2023 going into the season, and I felt the same last year. You have been around now covering these teams for more than 2 decades. We were down there in school together. I get the sense that this is different. And the reason is because you have so much turnover. But I also wonder if this is kind of the new normal for college football, because you're going to have so many new faces that it won't be easy to have an idea of what you have until perhaps you're a few weeks into the season, as opposed to looking at the resume of players for their performance the previous year or two while they were in school. So with that being the case, my question is, do you feel like you have a good gauge for what this team actually is compared to previous years? And then the second question is, do you think that this is the new normal for college football fans to kind of have this wide delta outlook for the upcoming season because of the new faces and transferring?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely the new normal. I mean, because not only do we not know that much about Missouri, I know Lenora Sellers and Dylan Stewart are back for South Carolina. I don't really know much else about what South Carolina did in the offseason. I don't know what Vandy and Auburn really. I mean, I know Auburn got Jackson Arnold, but I don't know a lot of the turnover there. So it's not just that you don't know your team; you don't know the other teams either. So we'll find out. I mean, Oklahoma, wasn't very good last year, but they got the number one quarterback and the number one running back in the portal. So a lot of people are talking about them as maybe a much improved team, but also we might get. I mean, if you look at their schedule, we might get to that game and they might have lost 5 games in a row. So you just don't have any idea what to expect out of anybody. It's interesting you say you feel like you had a good handle on the team the last 2 years, because I don't think that. I went into 2023 thinking, 8 wins, something like that, and then they nearly got beat by Middle Tennessee in week 2, and wasn't just me. Like I talked to somebody, certainly a part of this thing the day after the Middle Tennessee game. And I remember this person telling me, like, we're going to have to fight and claw to get to 6 or 7. Like, they didn't know what they had at that time. And then the K-State game happens, and it's just kind of a launching pad. And then last year, I think we thought, I picked them 9-3 or 10-2, but I think we thought that was going to be driven by the offense. Right? It was Brady Cook and Luther Burden and Theo Weiss, and all these guys are back, and this team's going to put up points. And if you look, they had an incredibly mediocre offense, and it was actually the defense that allowed them to be as good as they were. So, bottom line, no, I have no idea what to expect out of this team. They could win 10 games. They could be a playoff team. Also, I would not be shocked at 7-5. That is. I know Missouri fans have written that off as a possibility, and I just think that's I think if you were going into this season saying the absolute floor is 8 wins, I don't know. I think you're setting yourself up for some angry Saturdays. But then again, I know that angry Saturdays are kind of what we do here in my corner of the world.
Sound like you're dreading that. We all live for your post-game show.
It's good for business. I would rather have happy Saturdays, but angry Saturdays are also good for us.
Any chance we can get back to the live phone calls for the post-game show?
No, we're doing the voicemail line. It worked really well. I don't like the live calls. Look, the voicemails can still be like we don't screen them. People can say whatever they want. Like we might cut them off faster, but we had a guy irate. We did a voicemail show a couple weeks ago. Some guy that was just irate at Eli Drinkwitz for not having picked a quarterback yet. So you can still get unhinged on the voicemail line. It's fine.
It's a tradition for me, the Colonel's post-game show. I couldn't enjoy it anymore. Another thing that you wrote about in the 10 Thoughts for Monday Morning on PowerMizzou.com, Gabe, is your thoughts on who Missouri's 3 regular opponents will be now that the SEC is going to the 9-game conference schedule. Give me and then our listeners what you shared there. And also, I thought you had some great insight on Power Mizzou regarding your sources telling you Missouri submitted their request for who their 3 regular opponents would be.
They did that, 2 or 3 years ago when we first had this conversation. Missouri's requests at that time were Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Vanderbilt. I don't know if they're going through the same process or if they're just using the same request. I have no idea how they're setting them. Oklahoma and Arkansas are givens. They are going to be on Missouri's schedule every year. I'm virtually certain. The third one is really the question mark. And I just can't see, because a big thing of doing this a couple of years ago was, hey, we're going to try to balance this out, right? So that if you've been bad, maybe you get a little bit easier schedule. If you've been good, maybe you get a little bit tougher schedule. And we're not going to give anybody like the 3 best or the 3 worst teams in the league. Well, first of all, Missouri now has 2 really good years where if you were doing this 2 years ago, maybe they're 10th or 11th in terms of pecking order and win percentage. You're doing it now. They're probably closer to 6th or 7th because they've had 2 really good years. And I just can't see a world where you can justify, you get Arkansas and Vandy every year, because going back to 2012 when Missouri joined the league, and I'm not sure how many people understand this about Arkansas, but those are the 2 worst teams in this league. I mean, if you just add up total records since 2012, it's Vandy, and then not too far ahead is Arkansas. And I don't think you can give one team both of those. And also, I don't agree with Missouri fans who that's what they want is Vanderbilt because it's an easy win. I mean, I understand fans want wins, but nothing about Vanderbilt gets me excited for big SEC football game. South Carolina, it's been fun. They've been competitive games. I don't think the coaches particularly love each other, so I think that one makes all the sense in the world, because Missouri and South Carolina are 2 of the teams that don't have these historic traditional games you need to protect. I mean, LSU, Florida, some of these teams have 4 or 5 games, and they're going to lose a couple of them. You look at Missouri and South Carolina, there really aren't games on those schedules that you say, well, we have to have these. So, I think that's a good matchup.
Don't you think every team in the league is probably requesting Vanderbilt?
Most likely, yeah. That would be my guess, except for Tennessee, I think will get Vanderbilt. And the funniest thing to me about SEC scheduling since Missouri joined is, like, the entire reason Missouri was in the SEC East is because Tennessee did not want to give up its game against Alabama. I mean, cool, just go. Let's realign the entire conference so you can just get your brains beat in by Nick Saban every year. I've never understood it.
So if not Vanderbilt, you think South Carolina would be the next best option?
It makes sense to me. I mean, Kentucky, it's been competitive and all that, but again, like, Kentucky is not high. One that I would like, but it won't happen because they just have too many other games. Like, I think Ole Miss would. Like, I think that's kind of Missouri's best mirror in this conference of, historically and recently and all that, especially with Kiffin and Drinkwitz. Like, I think that would be fun, but Ole Miss obviously getting Mississippi State. I've heard they're probably getting LSU. And, they just have more of these games that they played 120 times or whatever, whereas to the point where I don't think Missouri and Ole Miss is one that you probably really see.
Do you think Oklahoma, because you can kind of arrive at who gets where by penciling in the ones that have to take place? So, for example, you're operating on the premise that Missouri's going to get Oklahoma and Arkansas, and then the third one's kind of a TBD. Then if you go, okay, let's take a look at Arkansas. Well, if they got Missouri, are they also getting, I would think Arkansas gets Texas.
I think they'll get Texas and LSU.
Texas and LSU, all right. Do you think Oklahoma gets Texas? Got to, right?
Oklahoma, I think, gets Texas. And the third one is interesting. Like, I think you could do Oklahoma, Florida. There's, the whole Stoops tie, Oklahoma, Alabama. Because what I don't want to see out of this is, hey, let's just take all the old Big 12 teams and play them against each other.
That's where I was going. Do they get A&M or something like that?
Right. Like I think Texas is going to get OU, A&M, and Arkansas because those are the rivalries. I mean, if you give one, you can't not have Texas and A&M. If
and you can't not have Texas and Oklahoma. And I think Arkansas fans, you can't not have Texas. So then Texas is determined.
Texas and Arkansas, but Arkansas fans would be very offended by that. Arkansas has a lot of teams that they view as their biggest rival that the other team doesn't view them as their biggest rival. So I'm not interested.
So who gets to decide all this? Who's going to make the final decision on this?
Greg Sankey, I assume. He is the supreme dictator of this thing. So, yeah, I assume to... look, there are going to be games that are lost, right? Like LSU, you start going through it, and they can't play all that. They have this big rivalry with Ole Miss. I grew up with LSU-Florida rivalry. LSU-Bama has been one. But, LSU, A&M, LSU, they can't play them all. So you're going to lose some of them. Also, geography doesn't matter anymore. We don't even know who's in what conference. So do we really have to protect rivalries that happened in, 1927?
Doug, that's a rhetorical question.
Probably going back a little too far. And even if they don't get their arch rival or a big rival every year, just in the regular rotation of the schedule, they'll see them every other year or so.
That's correct.
Exactly, and that's the good thing is you're playing these teams. You're playing everybody in the league every 2 years, home and home every 4. So we're finally at least at a point where. Missouri has played at LSU one time as a member of the SEC. They've been in this thing for 14 years now, so at least we're getting past the point where that's the case.
Gabe DeArmond with us every Monday and Friday here on TMA. Missouri taking on Central Arkansas this Thursday, and then Rock Chalk Jayhawk a week from Saturday. Colonel, always enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much for the time.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you. That's Gabe DeArmond, PowerMizzou.com. Doug, it's already starting up in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 263 friends tuned in. The Colonel draws the viewers. I had a chance to talk to a few Mizzou homers over the weekend, and man, oh man, they are in peak, quote, everybody is underestimating us mode. That's from the TMA remote lamp.
Well, how does anybody know? Most of the top skill position players are gone. So how do you really know what team you got?
Mizzou just reloads, Doug. They don't rebuild in Como. They reload. All right, that's 21 wins. All Jackson says 19 does not acknowledge the Bull wins. 19 wins, and here they are, ready to roll again.
I was horny.
At your own risk.
I was horny.
That's fair. Doug, to your question about spending, Post-Dispatch did a deep dive. $31 million spent on NIL in 2024, according to the Post-Dispatch. Research, they said every true Tiger, which is the collective that pays the players, they billed Mizzou Athletics more than $31.7 million. Gosh. And it's believed 2/3 went to football. So maybe 20-ish million on football in the past year.
Nice.
Warson Woods Wacko says the following, and of course he is the Sam Horn reporter. He says, Doug, I know. I just know.
I think this is going down the Daddy Padre route, and Doug is going to get sideways with the Warson Woods Wacko here if this does not go well. He's in the room, though.
Well, yeah, if he knows. We'll find out how much he knows.
But Gabe says we won't find out, which is what I've been saying all along, that it's just a bit of gamesmanship. I thought that quote over the weekend from Drinkwitz made it sound like he was ready to make an announcement, but I just don't think it's going to happen. I agree with Gabe. I think this thing will play out.
Fight Tiger, beat Bear. Starts Thursday night. Gabe DeArmond with us on Mondays and Fridays. Brought to you by James Carlton. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. Brad Thompson is with us every Monday at 9:30. Brad Thompson joins us coming up here on your Stiefel dossier. He will join us next. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategy, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. He is online at evergreenstl.com. Brown and Crouppen, sponsor of the program. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. And we welcome Brad Thompson to the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Brad.
Good morning, fellas. How we doing today?
We are wonderful. It's beautiful weather in St. Louis, and the Pittsburgh Pirates are here for 4, and the run to a surprising wild card berth begins right here, right now. Doug, like Sammy Hagar said, what was that, like 92?
I don't know the years, Tim.
92, 93, somewhere in there?
I don't know the years.
Brad, how do you feel about that?
Your lips to God's ears.
See?
I'm in.
There you go.
I am in. Let's say you might as well start a run right now. Been kind of running in place for a while. Look, who knows, man? Who knows what down the stretch looks like? I just know this, that there is a whole lot of. If you're one of these young players on this roster, and your thought is, boy, I want to be a Cardinal, and I want to be in there every day, and I want to be in there next year, and I want this to be my thing, you got a chance right now, because there is a lot wide open for this ball club. So that's kind of the way that I look at it. When you have a lot of individuals, and make no mistake, they play a good team style of baseball. I think they've taken selfless at-bats. They're doing things the right way. But you have a lot of individuals that are focused on what their future looks like. You get a lot of those guys doing the right thing for themselves that turn out to be the right things for the team. Who knows what might happen?
We've talked a lot about the certain players having runway this year, I guess is the word they're using. What do you think they've figured out so far this year among key players that they intend to build on? What answers do you think they've gotten this year?
Yeah, look, without knowing for sure, I don't know what answers they have found. I would say not as many as they wanted. I don't think that there's any clarity for me. Like if you're looking at the two guys that we've talked about the most, Walker and Gorman, I don't think there's clarity there. Now I think that has been encouraging moments for a couple of young players. But nothing where you look at it and be like, hey, if you were able to move Arenado, you plug Gorman in at third, you're good to go. Walker is going to take that huge next step forward. I don't think that you have that part of it. You already know what your nucleus is in the middle. I mean, yeah, Contreras, again, has a no trade, so he's going to end up being there. I believe you know what Donovan is. We've seen him build off of that. But I feel like there are still more questions than they have answers. But maybe like they look at that and they might say internally, and Heimblum and his team might say, hey, if we still have questions about these guys, we don't have time, and whoever those guys are, right, when they're doing it, we don't have time to give them another year. Like the thing about Heim and the new regime taking over is the fact, and I don't know if we talked about this last week or I talked about it with the guys on the fast lane, is like there's no ties. They don't have emotional ties to these players. They didn't draft them. They didn't develop all of these guys. Like they're looking at it from an outside perspective and going to say, hey, who do we think after evaluating for the last year plus is going to be able to help us? And as we dig into the metrics and look at all the numbers and trying to predict the future, what does that look like? And I feel like they certainly internally have more answers than maybe we do on the outside, or at least a different outlook on certain individuals than maybe we have just from watching things on the surface.
Do you think Liberatore's hit a proverbial wall, or and I guess his velo was better yesterday, but still struggling to get deeper into games? What have you seen from him in the last couple of months?
Yeah, it's frustrating, right? Because for him, especially, as hot as he started out, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but his first 12 starts of the season, he was awesome. And then now you look at the last 12, and an ERA is north of 5 for him. And to your point, not getting deep in the game. The thing that is promising is that he's healthy. Like the arm is still being able to hold up. This is his first big league season as a starter. We have seen those dips in velo, and I thought he held it well. I thought that he lost in that ball game, certainly lost the command and lost the aggressiveness, like in that fifth inning. And maybe that was lower half starting to wear down for him a little bit. But I think that what Libby is learning and what they're learning about him, it's a group effort when you're going through it, especially with a young starter, is what he needs, not necessarily on start day, but what he needs in those days in between. Like what sort of things in the kinetic chain might be weak? How can you get your strength team and the training staff, like they're putting together plans for each one of these guys of where they think they're missing? There's so much data that goes into it, and I know that we oftentimes get frustrated. I will sometimes, where you're just like, oh, God, we have a number for everything. Well, some of those numbers can be very beneficial. Like when you're looking at a guy and maybe you see during a game his stride is different or his arm is different. And then you have guys that are smart enough to figure out, okay, well, that means this. This could be the hip. This could be the back foot. Like I feel like he is really getting to the point where he's fine-tuning his body and figuring out what he needs. But he's still trying to do that while competing at the big league level. It's not the easiest thing in the world. So the fact that he is healthy and still throwing the ball the way that he is, that's great. There's been no arm issues that have caused the dip in velo, but I still think that he's figuring out the rest of things, and that can be maddening at times when you can't pinpoint it in the moment.
Maybe the biggest question fans have right now is, when do we see Weatherholt? How do you figure they'll handle that situation?
I mean, I don't know. If I were a betting man, I would say next year, probably. Like I feel like, and I would love to see him, just like everybody else. I would love, and I've referenced multiple times the thought of getting him that taste of the big leagues, a lot like Mason Wynn was able to do a couple of years ago when he was overmatched offensively for that final month of the season, but he went into an offseason knowing what to expect instead of getting into it, out of the gates in the beginning of a season. So I thought that was really important for him in 2023 to get those games under his belt. But I don't know. I would love to see him, but I also know that they have other guys on the roster to protect. I'm sure that we could all go through it, and it would be easy enough for us to open up roster spots. But I don't know the way that they look at it. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think we'll see him?
Based on John Mozeliak's comments when he was on with us, I think it was 2 weeks ago now, boys, that was the tell. He is not coming up based on what Mozeliak said. Now, maybe something changes. Maybe Bloom is insistent. I don't know what the dynamic is. I don't know who really has control of the LLC. But based on what Mozeliak said, and that was a surprise for us, Brad, because I went into that interview with him thinking that he would be called up, but based on what he said, and I think that was 10 days ago now, I would say it doesn't sound like they're planning on bringing him up, to the dismay and confusion of a lot of people listening right now.
Yeah, look, and again, who knows? Maybe they do it differently. Maybe they do change course. Maybe depending on how things go, they look at it as an opportunity for the young man to get some looks, and obviously corresponding roster moves have to happen. Either way, it's a great development that this is a guy, and by the way, having a guy that spends an entire year in the minor leagues might not be the worst thing in the world, too. It's not like this guy has been knocking down the door for like 4 or 5 years and he just can't get an opportunity. He's 1 full year into his minor league or his professional tour, so that's not the end of the world either. But it'll just be, I think that there are plenty of variables, right? But the roster crunch is one of the biggest ones. But I'm like you guys, man. I want to see exciting players. I want to see a glimpse of the future. And there's no reason to believe that J.J. Weatherholt, with the numbers that he's putting up, and we do this all the time, right? And I think that every fan base does it, where you look at your prospect and say, man, this guy's going to be great, and it ends up being overhyped. This is not just the St. Louis hype when it comes to J.J. Weatherholt. I mean, this has been a guy that has been written about and talked about in every corner of prospect world that you can find. So whenever we do get to see him, I'm pumped up for it. I'm with you. I'd love to see him early, but I also understand I don't have a big office and I don't have to make big decisions. I have a little microphone and have to talk about things.
Brad's little microphone is not taken right now as far as a text-in name. By the way, 3 of the 6 players taken in front of him in that draft have been called up, so it's not just, baseball, they never do that. More importantly, Brad, how was Steinbrenner Field? What was it like being in a small setting like that?
You know what? For the circumstances being what they are, I thought they did an awesome job. I mean, it really is. It's intimate. I mean, it just holds over 10,000 people, but like 10,000 people in that place felt a lot different than 15, 20,000 all around Tropicana, right? Like you actually had a good vibe to the ball game. I think they sold out all but a handful of their games over there. So it was good. It was good. The place is not set up for rain for sure, because you think about it in spring training games, like if you get that much rain, you're not going to play that game. That grounds crew also that is predominantly from the Rays, they haven't had to deal with stuff like that. They have been inside on the turf, so that's an adjustment for those guys too. But I thought they did a really good job. The amenities were fine. Like from what we do from a broadcast standpoint, there's never anything to complain about anyhow. We got a great gig. But I thought that the guys handled it well, and it felt like normal baseball. Like that's just the biggest thing. You didn't feel like you were jumping into a minor league park and playing a spring training game. It didn't have that vibe at all.
How miserable is it, though, for a player to sit through a 4.5-hour rain delay? That's got to be tough.
Yeah, it sucks for everybody, and especially when you're looking at the. I couldn't believe as many fans stayed as they did. Like that was shocking for me from that standpoint. Boy, they made a lot of money on beer and hot dogs for sure. Nice work, Steinbrenner Field.
No,
but it is one where it's mentally draining more than it is physically draining. Like just sitting around. I mean, it's not like you're exerting a ton of energy, but you're dialed in to start a game at noon, and then you have 4.5 hours to lock in. But if you don't, you're going to get your butt kicked, right? So, and I don't think it wasn't. I don't think they were not locked in necessarily. But Pepio shoved early. Libby matched him, and then one big swing of the bat by Caminero off of Swanson, and it felt done at that moment. So it is one of those that can be mentally draining, more so oftentimes for the starter. Like you have certain guys that have very, very specific routines. Like Sonny Gray's one, for example. Like I don't think that rain is Sonny's best friend because Sonny does so much preparation before a game that if that comes in, that's going to mess with some things for him. Not that he can't overcome it. He's a veteran. He's an all-star. He can do it. But he handles it a little bit differently, I'm sure. But if you're mentally locked in, you're good. But either way, you run out of things to do, and especially going back to all the amenities, not quite as much to do at Steinbrenner Field as there would be in other places for 4.5 hours.
I would think there'd be a real temptation to want to eat. You got guys.
That's all I wanted to do.
Yeah, you can only play so much cards and ping pong, and then you probably just sit there and eat. Is that basically how they kill it at the time?
That's how I would do it. Like, I wasn't in there with them. They don't let us eat the good food. By the way, at least, if they're going to eat, they got new mandates. These kids all eat healthy now. It's disgusting. Yeah. Everything is just, like, so good for them, and protein and balanced meals. I was having up in the press box Sour Patch Kids and Pepsi Zero.
Now we're talking.
That's how... Mm-hmm. I mean, it is what and then during the game, my eye was twitching. But that's kind of how it was going up in press row. But, yeah, like that is one of those. And I'm sure, like, certain guys, just like all of us are different, right? Some guys are probably more inclined to start grabbing for food the entire time. And then you realize you got a game coming up. So, yeah, you got to stop yourself. That whole willpower thing, which I haven't conquered yet at 43, but I'm sure these guys have.
Yeah. Or not. It's tough. It's tough when you got food right there in front of you. So we still got a month of the season to play. You think they're really thinking we got a shot with this wild card thing, or are they just going to kind of play out the string for their own stats at this point?
Look, I don't. In the building, like for an individual level, you have to think that way. Like you have to think that you're going to go out there and you got an opportunity to win every game and just kind of let the chips fall as they may. Like from a higher up standpoint, from like making moves, you would probably be more inclined to think, hey, this probably isn't the year, right? If we're just looking at this for just from like what this team is and maybe what they're not. If I'm looking at this club and say, hey, can they make a run? The first thing I always look at is, do they have the starting pitching to make a run? The answer is no. Like they don't right now. And the numbers bear it out for the entire season, but certainly for the last, month plus. Like they just don't have the arms to do it. Now, could that change? Of course. Like they're a great defensive ball club. They're going to be a lot better defensive ball club if Mason Wynn's knee isn't acting up, which, I mean, it sounds like it has been a recurring issue for him and one that he may need to get cleaned up at some point. And it's a lot better team with Donovan back. Like Donnie, you're missing a big part of what you do. But yeah, I think from a player standpoint, you have to think that you're in it. And you have to go out there. You're not even scoreboard watching every single day. But you better have the belief that you can win every single game. And you better have the belief that even if you're in a hole that you can fight back in, because even if you don't and even if you fall short, you're still doing the things that are going to set you up for success in the future. You're still leaving a good impression, getting reps that are incredibly important for 2026 and beyond. So that has to be the only way that you look at it.
Brad Thompson with us here on Mondays. TMA 101 ESPN. Cardinals continue the season with the Pirates this week as the series gets underway this evening. Brad, we always appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
All right, fellas, I'm hankering for some Sour Patch Kids. I'm going to go see if I can find some of those. Yeah,
yeah, those are
Not a
good.
bad idea at all. Brad
Yeah,
Thompson with us on the Callier
nice.
and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It's TMA presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Boys to Men, right, Doug?
I don't know who it is, Tim. Nor the year.
Why do you think I'm going to ask about the year?
Oh, my gosh, you kind of jumped ahead.
We usually get around to that.
Ahead. Answer the first question. Boys to Men?
I don't know.
Question mark. Jackson, what's the theme today?
Boy, I am not sure if this is on Cooley High Harmony or not. And if it is on Cooley High Harmony, then it would be, what, 91?
Jeez. I just don't know the year. I wish I could help you.
I'm going to go Cooley High Harmony 91.
You nailed it, Tim. Matter of fact, one of the members of the group wearing a Cardinal cap.
Is he really?
Mm-hmm. The short one.
Okay. We always get a big kick out of that when some singer wears a piece of paraphernalia from our local
Ozzy
teams.
Osbourne mugshot.
Great example.
Triumph bass player.
Huh? Okay. Those are just a few examples.
Darnell Coles, 95 season.
Post-game analyst.
Didn't Iggy bring a Cardinal jersey to Lady Gaga and she wouldn't put it on?
Yes.
Was that the story? Yeah. Not that she should have.
Maybe she saw what was coming.
The greatness?
The malaise.
Yeah.
She's sideways that they won't call up weather.
The Great Malaise. Is that what this era is called?
Sounds kind of like a Steinbeck novel.
Email in. We have the Design, Air, Heating, Cooling email of the day coming up on the Stiefel dossier. That's at 10:45. If you missed any of our conversations, you're welcome to go back and podcast like the Dickens. Doug, and Schaefer Door sponsors that podcast.
Well, as well they should. They'd also like to sponsor your garage door. If something goes wrong with it, they'll be right out there to fix it. I would suggest this. You get a Post-it note, and you write Schaefer Door on there with the phone number and stick it right next to that button that opens and closes the garage door. So then when something goes wrong, you'll know just who to call. That's who I'd call. That's who I've called in the past. They'll get right out there. Here's the number, 636-782-3608. That's Schaefer Door.
Yes.
And now you want me to spell Schaefer.
Yes.
Capital SCHAEFER. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage doors are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. They've got that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. And yes, they service commercial doors as well. If you run a business or have a warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. The business has multiple family members that have worked there a long time now. They're big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that you'll talk to a real person when you call them. The service techs, not commission-based. They only want to get your garage door up and working again, and they don't care about the commissions. The website, again, is schaeferdoor.com, and that phone number, 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
There it is. Schaefer Door, sponsor of the podcast here on TMA. Martin, I want to get to this before you head to onboarding. We know, of course, that the great Corey Feldman, who's a friend of the program, has had a number of wonderful roles. Doug, what are some of Corey Feldman's best roles? You want to do the Mount Rushmore Corey Feldman roles?
I couldn't come up with
I mean,
Stand By Me and not
Stand
much
By
else?
Me, I think, has to be the George Washington, and then you got to go Bad News Bears. Would you not? Okay, you're in agreement on that?
Yeah.
What about Dream a Little Dream Part 2 that Jason Robard's agent made him do?
The agent made him do it?
The agents probably made a lot of actors do a lot of things.
To get their commission?
He's in the Goonies, right?
And, of course, the Goonies. Yeah. And he played the role of Mouth. But did you?
Did I know?
Did you know?
I don't know much about him, so the answer is going to be no.
It seems, and I don't want to disparage in any way, but it seems like he's had some issues over the years.
Take a listen. He's doing an interview now. Billy Corgan, Smashing Pumpkins fame and professional wrestling fame now. I had a chance to sit down with Corey Feldman.
And ironically, just a couple years later, I also was up for Titanic. So I was actually cast to play Leonardo DiCaprio's role.
Okay.
I never saw the film because I'm still bitter leaf in that one.
That would have been a perfect movie for you.
It would have. But yes, I was originally cast for that role.
Did they push you out, or?
He was cast after I was. Had I not been pushed out and done that role, who knows what would have happened from that point forward.
That was kind of one of those watershed movies,
that gave Leonardo his first nomination.
Yeah.
Yes. So
welcome to the Woulda, Coulda, Shoulda podcast.
Exactly. Right. So I mean, there was a bitter tea there. But that said, you don't hang on those. You get past them.
Action!
Oh, I like that.
Oh, that was a great edit. Can we get James Cameron on line one?
Pure balderdash.
Can we get
Movie Boy Doug? He will not accept that the film would have actually wound up being successful had Corey Feldman played the role of Jack Dawson.
I won't argue that I just don't think that they're like, man, we're really considering this young cat named Leo DiCaprio. If not, we'll go Corey Feldman.
You don't think it was a Drinkwitz depth chart that said or?
No. Other
Leo
people
DiCaprio
considered
or Corey Feldman.
According to Cameron, other people thought to be the role was going to be Matthew McConaughey, Chris O'Donnell, Billy Crudup, Steven Dorff, maybe Tom Cruise, but his asking price was too high. Nowhere in there is Feldman, comma Corey.
Well, maybe he's pissed that Corey is still upset with him for casting him, and then they turn their attention to Leonardo DiCaprio.
There is a great Sliding Doors Hollywood thing where Leo, for a long time, was considering doing Boogie Nights, playing Dirk Diggler, which Mark Wahlberg eventually took. But the other side of that Sliding Door they didn't realize would be Corey Feldman would then star in Titanic. Oh, my God.
Well,
can you imagine him and Kate Winslet?
You don't like this at all, do you?
I
just don't believe it.
Sometimes you need to do now emergency podcasts.
Yeah.
This is an emergency movie boy.
How would Hollywood look if Leo did Dirk Diggler, Wahlberg, I could find a movie in 97 that he could have done instead, and then Corey Feldman was in James Cameron's Titanic. Oh, my God. I just don't believe it.
Well, once you see the movie, you can't imagine anyone else in that part, though.
But are you also
Imagine Feldman just for a moment.
I think he's taking into account Feldman's acting chops. Is that what you're doing as well?
That, and then his start. I mean, you just heard the people I just listed off. Is Corey Feldman? Does that name
we got
ring
the
out?
kid from Goonies. What do you think, huh?
Yeah.
Movie about that old ship.
We could have Tom Cruise or, the kid from Goonies, Teddy DeChamp, and Stand By Me. The worst of the four in that movie.
think I feel worse for Billy Corgan for having Corey Feldman on.
This isn't the first time these two have gotten together on a podcast. It looks like back earlier in the year he was on there with Billy Corgan and claimed that he was
repeat guest.
Yeah, he was supposed to play Leo's role in What's Eating Gilbert Grape, but Johnny Depp had
get out of
him
here.
fired from it.
Get out of here.
Doug Jackson's not going to take
really get some
another emergency podcast.
Johnny Depp claimed that Corey Feldman was a junkie and he doesn't work with junkies, so he was removed from What's Eating Gilbert Grape.
So
Johnny Depp might need to revise that.
All right, now I think I'm going to get Corey Feldman as a surprise guest just so he can announce, I was going to be Sly Stallone and Rocky
but
and bounce me
that
at
is
the
like a
last
Sly
second.
Stallone thing where he is up for everything. You go back in the history. It's like Robert Redford too. Robert Redford's like, I was up for this, and it was like, okay, I guess.
Cardinals
but that's
could have
Robert
had Kevin
Redford,
Brown.
not Corey
Cardinals were
Feldman.
right there with Mike Hampton. Cardinals could have had.
That's
They were
right.
always
He didn't
runner
like
up.
the schools in St. Louis.
Always
if you recall.
runner up. Wow, this Corey Feldman, he's live. Let's see, he'd be fun.
It's really funny. That's really funny. Thinking of Titanic with Corey Feldman.
I want him to just
3 hours of Corey Feldman.
He needs to just lean into this.
Yeah.
Say,
he should just put him say he's up for all these roles.
I was going to be the Sox GM, and they hired Haim. He could just start claiming everything.
Seriously.
Doug, do you know that Butch Patrick was originally cast for the lead on Growing Pains? That's from Dale and Grubbill. It wouldn't have been Kirk Cameron. It would have been an older Butch Patrick.
He was already an adult by then, wasn't he?
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Well, that's what's going on.
I bet there are some interesting stories about how they wanted certain actors for major roles, and they didn't take it, and the film went on to be a big success.
Oh, look at this. This makes a lot of sense. And be really
Movie
interesting.
Boy is off the rails
Well,
now.
no. Cameron's original choice when he started writing it in the early 90s was River Phoenix, his co-star in Stand By
The
Me.
late River Phoenix.
That would have been amazing.
So you're mad that Leonardo DiCaprio got it?
No, because Leo took what was going to be Rivers.
Don't just say Leo like you know him.
When we're talking about Titanic, I can say Leo, and people know who I'm talking about. They're not. It's not Leo DeRocher. Like no one's thinking that.
I thought it might be.
He just old shamed you.
But like River Phoenix, that would be fascinating.
Corey Feldman was in The Lost Boys. Many people pointed that out. So maybe this DiCaprio thing is on point.
No.
With the Corey Haim. Haim? Haim is the band, Corey Haim is the actor. Was that License to Drive, Doug?
I just wish I could help you.
Hey, Tim, why does everyone look nice for work today and Jackson looks homeless again? He's wearing gym shorts with a hoodie. That's from Harrison's brother, Master.
Okay. I'm not.
You're not taking the bait.
I'm not biting. There's no way for me to win there.
He has sent that in, Martin, as you can see, 5 times.
Well, because he's so funny, it couldn't possibly escape us. If we did, we would deprive the listeners, to borderline criminal to deprive us of that.
And he finally got it read, so I guess
it's a
repetition
win.
works.
It's a win.
Pop the champagne.
Send your emails in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45. Martin, you're heading to onboarding. The Monday onboarding is always the toughest one of the week, isn't it?
Yeah, we're going to talk about whether a surprise guest can be a repeat offender or whether we can kind of go off-brand and go into the film world, because I think this Corey Feldman would be great fun.
God bless. See, he's going to join us. Martin's heading out. We have the 10 o'clock hour heading your way. The program is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Krupa 101 ESPN. It's Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct. You can call them at 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate. Today, it has been brutal this summer. We have gotten a respite over the last week with wonderful weather in the St. Louis metropolitan area. If your windows are not doing their job during the summer months, your cool air is going right out the window, literally. And that's why now is the time to call Universal Windows Direct for their buy 2 windows, get 2 free offer. And the best part is you're going to pay no interest over 5 years. Their super spacer technology will keep the hot air out and the cold air in. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate. Make sure to mention that you heard about them on TMA. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No limit on how many windows purchased. It's Universal Windows Direct. Online at universalwindowsdirect.com. Once you feel the difference, you'll be saying what I say. I love my windows.
This is Jackson with the SportsCenter updates, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. True freshman Bryce Underwood is expected to be named Michigan's starting quarterback, a source confirmed to ESPN's Pete Thamel. That was another SportsCenter update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh, dog. Only 2 months.
Yep.
And 6 days away.
I've been in a store lately. It looks like it's a week away.
What's going on there? I've
Crowded
noticed that.
out, and it's been that way for a few weeks already. I guess it's a big moneymaker for them.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. I got this text here from Car Wash Dave. Tim, I will pay for your next golf on any private course just to see the man, the myth, and the legend. A lot of people want to play with their favorite people, and I understand that. But this gentleman in studio with us right now, Doug, got a chance to do it just a matter of, 48 hours ago from KC95 and 106.5 The Arch. Friend of the program, friend of the TMA fan page for that matter.
Oh, sure.
Hubbard Marty. Marty Link is in studio with us.
Well,
Unbelievable surprise guest.
Hi.
And Marty, you got a chance to play golf on Saturday with one of your favorites. Doug doesn't know the story. I don't know the story.
No.
The audience doesn't know the story. I can't wait to hear the story.
Well, Alice Cooper, the only Alice Cooper, came by the KC studios on Friday for an interview. And I knew we had been setting this up for like 6 weeks. So I'm like, okay, he's in town for a couple days. He's got a show on Saturday night. He's going to come by on Friday. I have to set up golf with Alice Cooper, right? I have to. Mm-hmm. But they kept saying, like his people kept saying, well, he's all set, but thanks. Appreciate the offer. Very nice of you. I'm like, well, if anything falls through, let me know. So I'm like hounding them. Mm-hmm. And then they come by the station. I'm like, okay, I've given up on golf. It's not going to happen. But he's here. I might maybe
you might as well.
One more time.
Might as well. Put a puck on the net. You never know.
His manager's with him. We do the interview. It's a half hour long. It was amazing. There's people out in the hallway, which is always my favorite thing. You know, people lingering in the hallway to meet famous people. I was a little annoyed by that, but you know, it's fine.
You or Alice was?
Yeah, he was a peach. He was amazing. He was so good. Did a great interview. We're out in the hallway. His manager goes, and I go, what? And he goes, they put us at some course like an hour away tomorrow. And I can't remember what it was. It wasn't like Turtle Creek. It was something pretty far out from downtown. And I go, well, I could probably find you a place closer to play. And he's like, that'd be great.
Oh, my.
Like,
this is your in. This is your in.
Now I have an in. So I'm on my phone. I'm looking up tee times. I don't have a membership anywhere. So I'm like, hey, the Quarry at Crystal Springs. The Quarry. It's a pretty nice course. I think it's in decent shape still. They have an opening at 7:30. And he goes, book it. And I'm like, done. I'm like, 3 or 4. And he's like, threesome. Just 3. 3 people. Me, Alice, and you. And I'm like, done. So I book it. Everything's great. It's happening. They're excited. It's only 25 minutes away from downtown, blah, blah, blah. I get a text later that night, and I see the name, and I'm like, I'm out. I know it. They found something else to do. And he goes, is Glen Echo nice? And I go, yeah. And he's like, okay, well, we're going to do Glen Echo instead. I said, if I can play, that would be great. But if you want solitude, I get it. And he's like, no, come on out.
Yes.
I'm in.
Yes.
6:30. Glen Echo, first one's off.
Woo-hoo!
Me, Alice Cooper, and it ended up being 2 other guys.
One of whom I'm friends with.
Yes.
A guy I play with on a regular basis.
He was my card partner. And
yes.
he was great. A lot of fun. I don't know. He was the one who got us in to Glen Echo somehow. I don't know. I don't think he's a member, but whatever. Doesn't matter.
Maybe an MAC member. I think they have reciprocal privileges there.
There may have been some reciprocity.
Oh, nice word.
Thank you.
Nice word.
I think that's a real word.
I could never come up with that.
So anyway, we get off and we go on the first tee and we all hit our drives and mine was pretty decent. It was a little rough.
Doug, was that a dog leg left up? If you can get it up in the air, you can cut that corner. It's just a matter of
train tracks to the right.
But I don't know anything. I'm just like, I'm going to try and hit it as straight as I can. I get it off into the rough a little bit. Alice Cooper hits his a little bit left. over the hill. And then he says, Alice Cooper rule number 1 of golf, everybody gets a par or better on the first hole.
Wow.
I like that. Sporting.
Now I'm understanding how he's a 4 handicap.
Oh, he's a 4?
That's what I've heard.
Oh, okay.
77-year-old, 4, pretty good.
Yeah.
And then we finish out the hole. Oh, and then when the second hole, somebody hits it to the right.
Doug,
and then somebody's
second hole, the
backyard.
train is on your right.
I don't know
if you're going to
where the
miss, you're
train
going to
is.
miss left, and the fairway slopes left to right. So just be careful that when you're
Kind of a
attacking
long
it.
par 4.
Yeah, that's going to put the man to the test.
Long way
I
home.
forget this is a talk show. I'm trying to rush through this
Oh,
story.
no, we've got all the
like
time
we're
in
on
the
a
world.
music station
We're just
or
waiting for
something.
Buck Swope's email.
Right.
Somebody hits it to the right into the trees, and it looks like there's probably backyards over there. I don't know if there are. And Alice goes, "Oh, that's the Ferguson's yard. Do you know the Fergusons, Marty?" And I'm like, "No." He just tells old man jokes, dad jokes. Oh, I hear they're really nice people. And so then that goes on, and then he used a foot wedge one time. I said,
No, did he?
Yeah,
That helps the 4 handicap too.
Was it supposed to be seen, or was it like, well,
No, he
winter
didn't care.
rules, winter rules?
Foot
He just kicked it
wedge.
right on out.
Yeah. One time he hit one, and it wasn't very good. He goes, I'm going to hit another. So it's just like, and I can't keep score because we're moving so fast.
Oh, he's at a quick pace?
2 hours, 45 minutes.
No way.
You know, the first one's off, so there's nobody in front of us. So it's just like, don't. And what's your buddy's name with the long hair?
Steve.
So he's my cart partner, and I go, I don't see my ball in the rough here. And he goes, just drop one. Let's go. So it's just go. Because Alice Cooper he has to take his wife out to lunch that day. They're going to go see a movie before the concert. I mean, the concert starts at 7:30, and we're out there till 9:30. So he's got this full day.
Got a full day.
Planned. But it's just dad joke, dad joke, dad joke. But the coolest part was he goes, he's sponsored by Callaway. So he's got this full set of Elite, everything, every wood. I think he has a driver, a 2-wood, a 3-wood, a 4-wood, a 5-wood, a 7-wood, you know, all this, and the Elite irons and the nice putter and all the Callaway balls you could use. And he saw me swing my ping, and he's like, if I wasn't a Callaway guy, I think I'd be a ping guy. Can I try that? So now he's trying out my clubs. He's got the Elite mini driver. He's like, you want to swing this? I'm like, yeah. So it was just golf.
Oh, my God.
There was no family talk. There was no music business talk. It was just, and he said, the reason I picked up golf is I'm an addictive personality, and I was addicted to booze, and I had to quit. So I used to play baseball. I thought,
oh, really?
If I can hit a moving baseball, I can hit a still golf ball. He fell in love with it, quit drinking, and became addicted to that. And
How about that?
Yeah.
Wow.
He seems like kind of a normal guy when you hear him interviewed.
He is like
you wouldn't expect
he's
it
a
necessarily.
normal, kind of nerdy guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he just puts on this crazy show where there's beheadings and blood and stuff. But
Everyone likes a good beheading, though.
I love it. So that's really the story.
So how would you characterize, like, sum up in a paragraph what the experience was like? Because you wanted this so badly, you were able to pull it off. Great golf course.
Yes, amazing golf course.
With
fast
Alice
greens.
Cooper.
Fast greens with Alice Cooper. It was. I played 3 rounds this weekend.
Oh, good
It
for
was
you.
the most exciting, but the least fun.
Huh.
Because I was playing with Alice Cooper. It was surreal.
Yeah.
But the pace was so fast. I could not keep score. And it really pissed me off. Like I'm playing Glen Echo. I want to know what I shot.
Sure.
I shot between an 80 and an 87. I have no idea.
When we were texting on Friday night, I said, beware. Doug, is it number 11? That's the 250-yard par 3?
I don't know the numbers.
Got to do it. How did you decide to attack that?
Oh, the long one. I hit the green.
Attaboy.
I pulled out a 3-wood.
Attaboy.
Doug, it's a par 3, 250.
Yeah,
I was playing more like 225 that day.
225.
Aim left.
I aimed left. It faded. I landed on the green, stuck the green, and parred it.
2-putt par.
It was exciting.
What
and I
did,
was so excited. And they were like, nice shot.
Nobody was excited.
No, nobody was excited.
What about Alice? What did he do? Doug, pull up the video of Alice Cooper.
Oh,
number
he was
11 at
short
Glen.
right. Short right.
Short right?
Yep.
Do you call him Alice, or do you call him
I
his real
didn't
name?
call him anything. I just said, hey,
you don't know what this call.
What's up?
I see his real name is Vincent Fernier.
Vincent.
Vincent Fernier.
And he never left a putt short. I was waiting to
he would
see.
attack?
I was waiting to see if he called himself Alice. You know, when you leave a putt
Yeah.
short,
Doug, you're going to love that. You're
That
going
would
to
have
love
been
that.
great. That's great old man humor.
He would have if he had left one short, but he was attacking. He was attacking.
Yeah, I guarantee your cart partner, who I spend a lot of time on the golf course with, who is very pro, make sure you get it past the hole.
Yes.
Love that. That might be why they bond. I think they've played 4 times.
How did they meet each other? I don't even know. How do they know each
He went
other?
to play. I think he wanted to play. I think it was last year they played for the first time together, and we play at the same place, and they bonded.
Oh, he played your place on Friday.
Yes, indeed. And I think they were going to play another place that my buddy Steve, who you rode in the cart with, plays at on Saturday. But I guess maybe that was the distance that he was speaking of that could have been.
What was
an
the
issue.
place they were supposed to play Saturday?
Fox Run, I believe.
That's where it was.
Yeah,
Yes.
which is a great golf course. And if he just wanted to be close to downtown for the purpose of, it sounds like he was on a tight
had a busy
schedule.
day,
Maybe
yeah.
that was, but that's a great golf course. And I believe they're spending some time this morning together.
How about that?
At a wonderful golf course.
Well, we were supposed to play 9 at Glen Echo. Like, what?
Oh, really? Because of his schedule?
And then we made the turn. He goes, well, that was like an hour and 20 minutes.
Let's
you want to
do
play
it.
18?
Yes.
I'm
yes.
like, whatever you want to do.
My God. So it was only going to be 9.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Good for you, man. I'm so happy for you. I was
was a ton
talking
of
to
fun.
you and Danny Solomon, who's the general sales manager for KC95 on Friday afternoon. And I guess trying to get a course, right? And I'm like, I think we can get something accomplished. And then you texted me that you had Glen Echo. I'm like, oh, you're in great shape.
Well, and he had already played your course on Friday, so he didn't want to play the same course
So he
twice.
was just going, he went back to back to back to back, 4 straight days.
Is that the biggest name rock star you've ever gotten to hang out with?
That's a pretty big hangout. Like a full hangout? Yeah.
To this capacity.
To that capacity, yes.
Good for you, Hubbard Marty.
How about that?
Any nerves when you were over the ball in Alice Cooper?
I was like, I'm going to swing and miss the first time this year. I know it. I'm just going to miss the freaking ball. But I didn't.
Good for you, man. I'm so happy it wound up working out.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it was
God bless
exciting.
America.
All right.
Hubbard Marty getting to play with Alice Cooper. Telling a tale. We'll take a commercial break, come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN.
You've heard the name Stiefel, and it is Stiefel. It's not Stiffle. We have to keep reminding people that. They sponsor everything, including our broadcast dossier. But did you know they're also throwing one of the biggest parties St. Louis has seen since the parade down Market Street in 2019. It's the Stiefel Charity Classic. New title, new energy. It's all going down September 4th through the 7th at Norwood Hills Country Club, where legends from the PGA Tour champions will be here to square off. And did we mention there's also a concert? OAR is performing live at the Friday night community concert presented by Car Shield. That's right, of a Revolution, bringing the good vibes and all of their sing-alongs. Friday tickets cost $50, golf and OAR included. These bad boys selling faster than a Friday foursome at the Dotem. Kids 16 and under, also active military, veterans, and first responders. You are all in free because you are awesome. That's Stiefel again, Stiefel, S-T-I-F-E-L, charityclassic.com. We will see you there, St. Louis.
I would like a music theme. I'm a little pissed. Is this passive aggressive?
It sounds like full aggressive. Mm-hmm. Not much passive.
But I would have said full aggressive is Jackson. Why isn't there a music theme?
This is for time purposes. Well, you peek behind the curtain.
It's Team A 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding into the dais when Martin goes to onboarding and little Jackie Paper. Send your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, which comes your way in about 20 minutes here on the program. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. And producer Joe kindly giving away 4 tickets and parking passes for tonight's Cardinals and Pirates game. Doug, tonight, why it should be a Jim Dandy.
It is a treat to get that, yeah.
Thank you, producer Joe.
That's very nice.
At Prod Joe. They are talking about setting up a Big Ten SEC showdown for a regular occurrence in college football. Doug, who do you think Texas's opponent would be?
Oh, gosh.
Come on, lock in.
More guessing games. I can't pick all of these guessing games. Some of them, sure. Who is Texas' opponent from the Big 10.
Yeah, who's the Texas?
This is supposed to be an obvious thing that pops right into
mind.
mind.
Who's the Texas of the Big 10?
God bless America. Michigan.
Stupid, no.
Terrible.
God, Ohio State.
No.
Well, I don't know. Illinois.
Wow. You're high on ILL this year.
Who's the Texas of the Big 10? Clearly, it's Oregon.
Got to do some show prep.
Okay.
We got to. 20 years in, it's time for show prep.
Okay, how about Purdue?
Wow.
Penn State.
Yes!
Okay.
Yes!
Oh.
Who's Georgia?
Oh, no. No. USC.
No.
No.
Not a bad guess.
Washington.
No, that's a bad guess.
Why was that a bad? Michigan.
No.
Even worse.
Nebraska.
Jeez.
Ohio State.
Yes!
Oh, of course. Doggone it. Do we have to go through every team?
But who do you think Missouri will play? Here's a hint. They played them in 2000.
Ooh, that's a good hint.
Iowa.
They didn't play them in 2000.
I don't remember the schedule. Illinois.
They didn't play them in 2000.
Why wouldn't they play Illinois?
They're going to play Illinois.
Indiana.
No. That makes no sense. They played them in 2013.
It makes no sense at all. Yeah.
No, they lost in 2014.
I feel
That's
stupid. Nebraska.
They did play them in 2000, so I have to say that's a good guess.
Okay.
They also played the team that Nebraska would play in 2000.
I don't know. Oh. Michigan State.
Yes!
Oh, God. If I
Is
just
that David Richard who had a big game?
I don't know.
And he's from...
I don't remember.
David Richard?
Illinois would play.
Should have been Missouri.
They're already playing.
Oh, God.
You want to play twice? That's a little much.
Yeah, seriously. It was like a series against the Pirates.
Okay, so you would like me now to start listing all of the SEC teams that Illinois could possibly play.
David Richard is from St. Louis.
How about Kentucky?
No.
The states, they touch, don't they?
We can touch.
I'm not touching anyone here. I just don't know.
Is that like a hard stance?
Tennessee.
No.
Alabama.
You're going back to that touching thing.
Oh,
yeah.
You're like the touch tunnel boy.
Yeah, we talked with BT about
Arkansas.
No, they don't touch.
Oh, Ole Miss. Does it touch Illinois?
No. But
that doesn't help then.
But they touch the same river.
LSU.
Yes!
Okay. Oh, this is so difficult.
It's going to be fun.
Makes all the sense in the world. Illinois and LSU. Why didn't I get that right from the top?
Me personally, I'm looking forward to Vanderbilt, Minnesota.
Oh, hello, friends. Clem Haskins.
Now, shouldn't Vanderbilt play Northwestern? Wouldn't that make more sense?
No.
Oh, like the smart teams?
The two schools that don't belong in their conferences?
Well, you sound like an ass because Northwestern doesn't look like they're involved in this.
They didn't get him out of the tournament. Yeah, I noticed that Northwestern isn't in.
Well, because they have Big Ten, I guess, has 18, and SEC has 16.
So two are on the outside looking in.
So it's Northwestern and I don't know.
Oh, no.
Northwestern, I don't know the other team. Who's getting left out? Rutgers is in there.
Wouldn't you bounce Maryland? They've got no reason
Maryland's
to be in
playing
there.
Mississippi State. That's
Well,
going to
they
be a pony.
shouldn't.
Yeah. Hill State versus
Okay,
Maryland.
Rutgers. Kick Rutgers
No, Rutgers
out.
is playing Kentucky.
Oh, of course.
Kroger.
Of course. Rutgers, Kentucky. Oh, the memories of those rivalries.
When the folks from Jersey and Lexington get together, Doug, all bets are off.
How'd you like to get the phone call that, sorry, we're having this big rivalry conference, but you're not involved?
Honestly, if you're Northwestern, you probably just have to understand.
Yeah, you're fine with it. All right. Everybody excited about the Illinois LSU game and the Missouri Michigan State 25 years later, Doug.
Oh,
the showdown. Oh, no.
Okay.
The program's called TMA 101 ESPN. Is this audio low in your ear?
It is very low. I can barely
I
hear
wish
it.
the audio would get turned up. See, that's passive aggressive.
Yeah, that is.
This is kind of a New Jack Swing sound, isn't it? Like Teddy Riley, New Jack Swing. You like that?
I guess so.
Sounds a little like Belle Biv DeVoe, a little,
Yeah,
little
that was
Poison.
part of the New Jack era.
Yeah.
Who do we have here, Papers?
Under Pressure by Boyz II Men. Also on.
What is our Boyz II Men reasoning today?
I don't think you ever need a reason to play Boyz II Men.
Bold.
I'll be darned.
I think just waking up and existing is a reason to play Boyz II Men. So.
You like them that much?
Just classic, you know?
Okay. Or whatever you say.
They're arguing about Illinois in that LSU matchup in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat right now, youtube.com/TMASTL. Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter says, is Illinois football a thing still?
Damn.
Wow.
They're even ranked, aren't they?
Wow.
I got a big John Talty article written about them, about how they're cruising for a CFP for berth.
Ranked 12th.
Yeah. Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter doesn't buy in. Doug, in the previous segment, we went through this athletic article on the Big Ten SEC showdown that they would like to see happen in the hypothetical matchups. Missouri, of course, playing Michigan State, Illinois playing LSU.
It makes no sense.
We talked about the location of the game.
Yeah, they have the locations set up. Where do you think Missouri and Michigan State?
Oh gosh,
I just read now. What the hell?
How about East Lansing?
Did you not see me in my playbook over here?
Oh my God, this is unbelievable.
Where would you like to see him play?
You mean it's not either going to be Columbia or East Lansing? It's going to be somewhere else.
I'm not saying.
So
I'm not giving you any tells.
Toledo. Why not play in Toledo?
Warmer than you'd think.
No, not Toledo. It's a ridiculous statement.
Oh my God.
How about Sandusky, Ohio?
No,
getting warmer.
Yeah,
I'm getting close. Columbus, Ohio.
No.
Cleveland.
You have two more guesses.
Cleveland.
No, you got one more guess.
Can I have an initial?
C.
Cincinnati.
Yes!
Okay, of course. I hate this game. I don't like the whole concept.
they've even got a final score prediction ready to go.
They do. Missouri. Well, Emerson has Missouri winning.
Who does? Nelson Emerson?
Ralph Waldo.
He's one of the writers for the article. He's got Missouri winning 33-17, but Doctorman has him winning 31-20.
Scott Doctorman, of course.
Now, St. Louis gets to host one of the games. It doesn't get to host Missouri and Michigan State. It doesn't get to host Illinois and LSU. Who do you think Missouri?
I gotta guess.
St. Louis.
I got to guess the opponents that are coming here.
Yeah, one SEC, one Big Ten.
Oh.
The explanation for this one is unbelievable.
Okay. I'll say we're going to get the Auburn.
That's stupid. I'm sorry. I got to cut you off. It makes no sense. And they're not playing each other anyway, so it's really dumb.
Well, I'm just guessing.
You got to. But if you think through it.
Had I done show prep, I would probably know it.
Yeah. At least you're accountable.
Okay, we're going to get Oregon. And who's Oregon playing? We don't know. We don't know.
Oregon is in
Oregon, Tennessee.
It's on the Pacific Ocean. Why would Oregon be in the Midwest?
Well, they're in the Big Ten, aren't they? Who knows where the hell Oregon is anymore?
You think it's a mobile state?
I'm going to guess.
Think about it.
I'm going to guess. It's not Oregon.
You're almost there.
Washington.
No.
Oh. What are you doing with your bosoms?
Just a little hint.
Lift. What kind of hint is that?
You just lift your breast?
He did. What kind of hint is that?
I'm lifting my cups, my C cups.
Okay.
I'm lifting my C cups. What's that supposed to mean?
You're the one who just said it. I'll explain that to my kids tonight.
Okay.
That'd be tough.
I don't have a
Arkansas,
clue.
Wisconsin.
And what does that have to do with C cups?
Pittman.
Oh, Pittman.
I don't know how I could have been any clearer.
The reasoning, which I kind of would have liked you to thought about, a 5-hour drive for both fan bases and the whatever it's called now dome is like a perfect spot for a mid-tier bowl game. Consider this a trial run. I could read that with the vocal fry. A 5-hour drive for both fan bases in the whatever it's called now dome is like a perfect spot for a mid-tier bowl game.
Perfect.
Consider this a trial ride.
Quit it.
Why did he write it like that?
Doug, are you enjoying the column?
No, I don't even like football anymore after this.
I don't know why they're putting these games at these random neutrals. Mississippi State, Maryland, they're wanting to be played in Philadelphia.
I like Kentucky, Rutgers, and Pittsburgh, actually.
That'll be fun. I'll go to that.
Makes total
With a
sense.
final score of 16-12.
Who is making this stuff up?
Doctorman and Emerson?
Ralph Waldo Emerson.
Why do we care what these children are writing?
They want the Ole Miss USC game played on the tarmac at LAX.
Who do you think Doctorman has winning the showdown?
Oh, gosh. In which game?
The whole thing.
SEC versus Big Ten.
Big Ten?
Yes.
Okay. At least I got that right.
Alabama, Oregon played in Denver.
That's going to be fun. It's a good meeting spot. And LSU, Illinois will be played.
Poughkeepsie? No. Dude. Gosh. Tallahassee?
No.
Cape Girardeau?
All right, now you're getting close.
Okay.
Really close.
Oh, Kansas City. No, Memphis.
Yes.
Okay.
When it comes to Illinois, most people think only of Chicago. In reality, temperature and accent are the only things culturally that separate downstate Illinois from the Mid-South. Of course, Louisiana is different from everybody else.
End explanation.
Why did we need this article at all?
Well, when Emerson and Doctorman get together, you throw the record books right out the window.
That's exactly right. For the record, they both have LSU winning.
Bastards.
These games aren't going to happen, are they?
If there is a God.
Not with that attitude.
Doug is so disappointing. That's a Moist salute. Good for you,
So
Moist salute. We have a text of the day.
So disappointing.
Did you talk about Auburn, Iowa, where that one's going?
Where's that one?
That would be in Munich.
Of course.
Doug,
I would have gotten that one.
Grow
if you
the
hadn't
game.
said
I would
it.
like to present this column as one of my 5,000 exhibits for the state of our industry. Let's come up with a conference showdown. We'll come up with the scores of the fictitious games as well as the locations. And for the record, one of them will be in Munich and another one will be at Tarmac in LAX.
It's absolutely
Submit
no
the
reason.
article. Let's go get lunch.
No reason to ever go to journalism school.
Iowa's strong German heritage and zest for Oktoberfest libations almost makes it a home game for them.
Yeah, I'm
go.
sure they'll feel that way.
Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email of the day is coming up. Doug, you know anything about Design Air? I think you do.
Yes, I do. I know Seth Goldcamp, who runs it, does a fantastic job. These are the people you need to know. If anything should ever go wrong with your air conditioner or with your furnace, right now we're still worried about the air conditioner, but maybe not if the temperatures stay as mild as they are right now. But sooner or later, something's going to happen to that old beast, and you need to keep it running. And Seth Goldcamp and his team of technicians can do that for you. They've been doing it since 1904, more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You'll never be sold something you don't need, whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat. They've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Head them out to my house. They just do a fantastic job. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and perhaps most importantly, home of the handsome repairman. Ask for Larry, the Silver Fox.
He's the Silver Fox. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Next year on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals back in action tonight, taking on the Pittsburgh Pirates at 6:45 p.m. Michael McGreevy on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. TMA 101 ESPN. Feeling a little sluggish on a Monday morning? That can be a sign of low testosterone. Check out Mentality at mentalityhealth.com/radio and get tested like I did. I was in and out in 20 minutes at Mentality, a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best with board-certified physicians, providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. It's Mentality. Stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality is your chance to take back control. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to find out more information, or check out mentalityhealth.com/radio for some possible discounts. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day.
Okay.
Guys, catching up on my gym roam this weekend. This year's Smack Off is on Halloween. Eli Drink has a golden ticket, and they are offering a video Zoom option. Will he do it? Does he dress up as Luke Skywalker? Thanks. That's from Dan Beal.
Dan Beal. Okay.
Keep in mind, producer Joe is giving away 4 tickets to the Cardinals and Pirates tonight, along with parking for the prize, Doug. So I need you to dial in here.
Okay.
You seem like you might have blown off that athletic article.
Second prize is 8 tickets.
I enjoyed it. And Young, Pelosi would pick up the phone, quickly spit out 590 hold, then immediately put them on hold. It was awesome. Eddie Hoodles, how about them Cowboys, huh? Pretty good. Football team. I don't know. Hear me whisper about the Colts starting quarterback at youtube.com/ASMRTingTing34. Thanks. And free perk. That's our #1 Asian intern, Brian Henshin, a.k.a. ASMR Rapunzel 33.5. Not to be confused with ASMR Ting Ting 34. Visit my page for a whisper read of Corey Feldman's filmography. Subscribe and email evidence to Mr. Martin with Mr. Tim and myself CC'd, and get special access to what that Corey guy's filmography would have looked like if he had gotten the role of Miss Rose in Mr. the Titanic.
Mr. the Titanic. Brian Henshin.
Hey guys, regarding my previous communication, I wanted to reiterate that it's ASMR Ting Ting for the whispered Colts take. ASMR Rapunzel for the knockoff movie boy takes. Thanks, and Anyong. That's our #1 Asian intern, Brian Henshin, a.k.a. ASMR Leo. I'm a Patreon exclusive. Find the page, donate, then dial the phone number that pops up for a chance to be immediately put on hold without a single spoken word. Because your name showed up on caller ID or whatever.
Brian Henshin again.
Tough weekend. I started with being filtered on Friday, and that stings a little bit, especially realizing Chairman Kurt must be anti-hog farmer. Then Saturday rolled around. I haven't hooked up with anybody in a long while, so I wasn't ready, physically or emotionally. As my new lover pulled off my overalls, I remember I hadn't shaved my legs in over a year, and then I heard it. Get out of my double-wide, Sasquatch. Doug, that's from Midge.
Wow. Midge.
And finally, I think the org as a whole is in a pretty good spot. Well, if you consider getting blown out by a bad team in an empty minor league stadium after a 4-hour rain delay to fall the 5.5 games out of the last spot in a watered-down MLB postseason to be a good spot. Ours is the type of presentation where a parade of dweebs armed with hot takes on Micah Parsons, garage mattresses, and river baptisms. Feel free to drop in at any time and just see how long they're allowed to stay on the air.
You think that's what they're doing?
Without saying anything the least bit interesting. Man, the calls have been terrible over the last week. Last week we had the Crooked Youth basketball referee calling in with an off-the-books live read, trying to unload a single golf foursome at a course over an hour away. The serial killer from Milwaukee telling us all about the itinerary he has planned for Martin after he kidnaps him. And, of course, we had Mr. Lakes calling in to talk about how turned on he was by Dustin Johnson's seductive photo shoot and then run back his tired Grant Horvath sponsors exemption material that went over so well the last time. Licks at least gets points for steering the conversation to Disney adults. If there's anything that can unite the audience, it's a pair of Arkansas fats visiting Disney World without their kids so they could wait in line to get an autograph from an actress in a princess costume. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Ladies Breast, and Doug, that's
Buck
what we have.
Swope.
The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. What you got?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious. Buck Swope wins again for me. Buck Swope.
It's Swope for me as well.
Well, it was a great effort by Midge, but it's Buck Swope's time around here. Buck Swope has taken the lead in the August Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day standings. Congratulations to Buck Swope. You're going to see the Cardinals play the Pirates tonight with a parking pass from producer Joe. Time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.